Welcome, Dungeons and Dunderheads. We are going to be playing a wonderful, wonderful game of D&D. You're going to love it, I swear, or your money back. You know, I don't think you're spending any money here in the first place, so...
Just don't make that promise to Lizzie.
It snapped. I'm just like, excuse me? Thank you for dropping by. Let's go ahead and go around the table and start introducing everybody. Starting with our resident suck boy.
Colby.
Sam. Oh, no. Bruh.
Man, you really just outed him like that. I'm sorry. Last time we had a whole conversation about...
Hi. You can't start me off like that.
Wait, am I the resident suck boy?
No, apparently it's me. I am playing Kex. The psych. Blah, 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 blah. So you guys threw me off my groove.
Just talk about sucking.
You're not helping. The resident soul knife rogue Hexblade, who, as always, is struggling with his moral compass.
You have to have a moral compass to struggle with it.
It's just breaking.
Colby, our other...
Do you want to finish
utterly
that?
defined...
Hi, I'm Colby. I am the expert Kex calls when he needs gems.
Two suck boys walk into a closet.
Yeah, I'm playing the half-elf bard, Sail, who's had to pretend to be a vampire for the last 3 hours, and now he's a bat, and the rest of the time he's just exhausted. So.
Jeremy.
I am Bird, destroyer of undeath, as the grave cleric sticks, and it's on site with Kex.
You don't know what happened yet.
He's been taking psychic damage this whole time.
Apparently,
They are connected.
we drove Gabe away.
Brain,
Connection.
brain, not braining.
Lizzie.
I am playing Alyssa, the Tabaxi artificing rune knight, and here in the Shadowfell, looking for some people, looking to save a dragon, save the world.
Save the dragon. Save the world.
There's a joke in there somewhere.
It's a very dated joke from Heroes back in the 2000s. Save the cheerleader. Save the world.
Oh, no. Yes.
Yeah, see?
I love
See?
Heroes.
All right. Well, last we left off with our adventurers. I refuse to say heroes at the moment.
I've done
You can say
nothing wrong.
you can say heroes +1.
You guys did a little bit of work. You guys did some, had a conversation with the librarian where no real new deals were made, though he did hold over that he knew where Alyssa's mother was, or at least had been, and what mission he had sent her on. He was willing to part with that information for the low, low cost of 1 Ioun stone, which really is just a bargain.
For him.
Very legendary cost, some would say.
Understandably, I think that Sail and the rest of the party were not having it. So he then instead offered, well, you could work for the information and go get me a spell book by one, like a mutual enemy. Why not? And when he found out that was on the other side of the Serpent Strait, realized, again, probably not the best idea. So instead, you guys told him to fuck off. Alyssa threw some rats and stuff down into his library, and you guys continued on your way. For a brief moment, they're scared that the kobolds had made some poor financial decisions while you guys were gone in whatever deals they were making with the fox spirits that were running around inside the library itself, only to realize, just some tea sets and random bits and bobs that aren't really that important.
Probably.
It's probably
Give
fine.
away our life savings.
Yeah.
I did that.
With that, you guys took to the skies and agreed that before you were going to use your coin to transport yourselves to wherever Niv Mizzet is resting. Resting's the wrong word. Being tortured actively at this very moment. That you should probably prepare and get some supplies. The closest place being Shadow's Row, the dark antithesis of Guild's Row. So you sent in your two resident deceiving boys, in one Kex and one Sail, and sent them into the underbelly of Shadow's Row, where they ran into a familiar face. Inquisitor L, who was in charge of the attacks on Kex and Kex's mother, and the general, what's the word I'm looking for? Dismemberment of Talim.
Oh, yeah.
So, having to be face-to-face with him, luckily you guys had disguised yourselves, so he didn't notice. You disguised yourselves as two different vampire kin, and said that you're working for Matron Cabas. You learned a little bit of information that the relation between Matron Cabas and the Cabal, as he had said, and whatever faction, possibly the Demir, that is opening up the gates to let Svadarak out, they are tenuous at best. Most likely an enemy of my enemy is my friend type of situation. Going further into Shadow's Row, down into the Stone's Causeway, you met with one Agatha, a hag that had a bit of an apothecary set up. There, she got you your incense that was required. She also offered some fresh wine, made specifically for your ilk, as she'd offered this up, and Inquisitor L had wanted to partake, and you guys watched a dwarf have his head crushed. And that cut with some very well-made wine, as you guys were given a fresh supply. Sail, not wanting to deal with this in basically any way, tactfully extricated themselves to go get more supplies, as Agatha was working on procuring some more incense for you guys in the meantime. You found out that Matron Cabas actually has a credit at the place that you're going to, and you managed to get about 1,500 worth of sapphires on her dime, not yours, as well as the diamonds and everything that you need for Kex's spells. Or not Kex's, sorry, Styx's.
We got 500 worth of that diamonds for free, too.
So, with that, you guys regathered your stuff and managed to say your adieus to Inquisitor L after grabbing your incense. He gave you a business card saying if you ever needed him to come back down, and that he would love to show you the ropes, as it were, to being a true mind drinker vampire. With that, you left as a storm was setting in on the Crimson Scourge. Alyssa and Styx up on board, speaking to each other about Alyssa's mother, as well as other things. As the storm closes in and you guys get in position to pick up Kex and Sail, the storm starts to cascade higher and higher. As it is coming into contact with Guild's Row itself, it is starting to almost open up, like it has two large arms going out from either side, and you can almost see the faint outline of a torso in it, as it seems like it wants to crash down on Guild's Row itself. As it is about to make contact, there are a few things that we can do here, and I will leave it up to you.
Fight.
No.
You guys had already identified, Styx and Alyssa, I believe, that there is a humanoid shape somewhere in this storm. And with some information you had from the librarian, you know that it is most likely on the unnamed god's payroll. You do not know if the librarian gave you guys away here. So you're not even sure if this storm is here for you. So what would you all like to do? Are you trying to evade? Are you trying to stand and fight? Are you trying to go unnoticed?
I'm trying to land on the ship.
We're already on, aren't we?
Quite.
No, not quite. I want to dip.
I have an intelligence of 2. I'm trying to land on the ship.
Fair enough.
I'm not of much use.
I would see that shit and say, fuck that. We need to get out. That's not who we're here to deal with right now.
All right. So, as giant bat Sail manages to carry you up onto the deck itself, Fizzlefang at the helm currently is going like, all right, we got 1, we got 2. Where are we going?
Get out. Get out. Get out of the storm.
On it. As you feel the thrum kick up in the engines themselves and it starts to push off. So, oh, where am I going?
I drop. Cast major image on the ship. Look like a cloud. Cover as much of the ship as possible in cloud, particularly in the direction the storm is approaching from.
Okay.
And I will just say, away from that, as I point.
On it. As he cranks the wheel, starts heading you guys towards east. And you guys start to take off. The storm seems to be right about the same pace as you guys are.
Following us? Or are we just so enveloped in it right now that it's kind of hard to tell?
It is right on your tail, though it is so wide. It is hard to tell if you are the quarry or not.
Hey, Alyssa, you got that coin thing? I think it might be time to use it.
Do we have everything we need?
Yep, we're out of here.
Yep,
We're
let's get out.
gone.
Go.
This is the Marinoloth, Yugoloth coin, I think.
The Wayfarer's coin. You flip it up in the air, and everything stops for a brief moment. You see Kex beside you stops, Styx stops, Alyssa stops, Fizzlefang in mid-order of trying to get the other kobolds to like hoist the sails, move everything up and get ready. His voice cuts out as stepping on board is a Marinoloth.
Mm-hmm.
They are this 10-foot tall, gaunt figure. You can barely make out a skeletal face covered in a deep hood. Yes.
Hello.
You seek passage.
I do.
Where to?
Could I be reminded of the name of the place that has Nivmizet?
It was the pillar.
Yes.
Fire. I don't know if we were ever given an exact name.
One of the fundamental pillars of these plains, on an ocean far to the south, on a moving island, there's a dragon called Nivmizet who's currently being tortured to try to affect this pillar. I do not know the name of the island, but I know its whereabouts, its heading, and its direction from us.
You see their eyes open up a little bit further, and there's this blue cascading light that comes out of it. Yes. It will take some time. 3 days.
Yes.
You are aware that you and your crew will be going into the Astral Sea for a time. And we'll be taking pit stops back here in the Shadowfell to give myself time to recover as well as you.
I see.
Your toll has been paid. as he sticks his hands out for the coin.
I'll place the coin in their hand.
You do, and they immediately disappears out of their own palm as it makes brief contact. Bargain met. As everything turns back, time starts once again, as to all of you, this Marinolf, this 10-foot tall demonic figure, is now standing in the middle of your decks.
Did I move?
You have moved to make contact with him.
Do we have a reference to what it looks like? Like, just I don't know what a Mariloth looks like, Sam. Like, I'm curious.
They look like a 10-foot tall, gaunt, semi-skeletal figure that has dark, deep robes and
Barbosa.
has like an oar.
Kind of like the librarian.
Charon, like from Greek myth.
Yes.
Very much like Charon.
There we go. That's perfect for me.
You see, this will all need to change. Aspects of your ship actually start to change.
Is it gonna go back?
When I'm done piloting,
Okay, good. Okay, that's all I needed to know.
you see, as spectral chains now take place of rope, the sails themselves take on almost a leathery appearance instead of the previous cotton or papyrus. Actually, I don't know. What is sail made out of normally?
It's like a
Canvas.
Yeah.
Canvas. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. The normal canvas. And the tint of the ship goes from a bit of a red, so named the Crimson Scourge, to a sickly blue.
I'll help us blend in better.
Hold your breaths. This will be a bumpy ride.
No worries.
As, okay! He nosedives the ship straight into the ground. And just before you're about to make impact, there's a black opening. Something you guys are used to at this point in time. As you burst through the other side of this, you see a shimmering sea, almost like mercury, everywhere around you. As you punch out and land on the sea as if you were an actual ship.
Oh.
Up in the sky around you is what you would all know to be phlogiston. You've encountered this before, though not nearly as densely packed as it was on the Mist Sea,
Got it. Very similar.
and seeming to be very, very far away. Stars, orbs up in the sky you see, but very different colors in different configurations than what you were used to on the material plane, or, well, I'd say the Shadowfell, but you can never really see the sky while you were there. You hear a collective as a bunch of kobolds start to throw up off the end.
I rolled a 3. I also throw up.
Yeah.
Unless I have advantage for doing it
I'm
multiple
gonna
times.
roll a save.
I wasn't asking you guys to roll because you've done it so many times.
No, I'm doing it for a reason.
I was speaking to Colby.
Oh, sorry. I thought you looked at me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I go throw up too.
And it's red.
Yeah. I gave myself disadvantage because Kex was already having a queasy stomach. And that was worse.
Yeah.
It tastes so good coming up.
Groody.
I wrote a 10 and a 7. So definitely throw up.
So we are floating on a substance right now.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to go get one of the empty casks of breakfast beer that has been used over the trip so far, if possible.
Go ahead.
I'll tie it to a rope and throw a barrel into the liquid.
You get all her puke.
But further towards the back.
The other side.
Yeah.
You get a bunch of kobold puke and some other stuff.
Yeah. I want a barrel of this. I want to see if it melts the barrel.
You throw it in there. It doesn't seem to melt the barrel.
Okay.
You pull up the contents, and it's the same shimmering, almost mercurial liquid inside. Just by like watching the barrel inside, it seems much more viscous than water.
Yeah. Is it way like water or is it way heavier?
Heavier.
Okay.
Probably more like oil.
Can you make me a wisdom saving throw?
Do I have advantage on it?
No, you do not.
Okay. Well, it's only going to be 28.
28.
What the fuck?
I have a +9.
Did you roll 20?
I rolled a 19.
Okay, jeez.
You feel for a brief moment you forget who you are.
You know, that's okay. Sahil knows not to do it again. Then that was immediately like Sahil might like that. Is that a good idea? Natural 28. No, he's not gonna do it again.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah. Everybody, this is the associate I made. I don't know their name.
Anya Mayor.
Anya.
Anya Mayor.
Oh, it's one word.
Mr. and Mrs. Mayor.
Mr. Anya Mayor.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for getting us out of
Cleaning
that
people.
storm. Oh my. Oh, I feel better.
I have a few rules on my ship.
It's fine.
I do not fight. That is up to you. Here on the Astral Sea, distance is largely truncated for where you would like to go. That does not mean that other planar effects do not apply. So, I know not of what the Shadowfell does to time. I am aware that the Feywild has some impact. You are still leaving the plane and entering the plane. Effects like that may cascade. I hold no power over this, nor will you have any sympathy from me.
Good to know.
Fair enough.
If we are attacked, it is your job to defend yourselves. I will be continuing on our path. Should the ship go down and the trip not completed, you will find no sympathy from me.
Also fair.
My final rule: do not distract me while I am working. Should you wish to speak, wait until we find port.
Understood.
While I have everybody's attention here, I look at the kobolds. No fire. No fire at all. At any point. While we are around this silvery stuff, treat it like gas.
What's gas?
The invisible, flammable stuff that you guys use sometimes.
Remember,
Oil, gas.
remember the Misty?
Boom sauce.
Same thing.
Yeah, I thought it looked familiar.
It's
Yes.
yeah. Remember, they've been there.
They've been to the Misty? Yeah.
That's where we found
pick,
them.
That's where we pick their asses up.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Liberated, one may say.
While we're
Benefits!
benefits.
That's not how you
Don't
say
bother
liberated.
the temporary captain.
We heard.
I look at them. Do you eat?
You need not prepare anything for me.
Okay.
Is everybody ready to away?
Yes.
Aye.
As the ship starts to push itself, there's no thrum from the engines that you guys are used to. You see the sails take no wind. It just seems to move on its own.
How does the pace feel? What's the difference? Like, is there a lurch or anything?
It actually feels slower than what you guys are used to.
We're putting. So I never clarified, is what I put in the barrel reminiscent of the flask I got from the slod? Or is
This
this
is not.
this is a different substance? Okay.
Not gonna just give us a whole lake full of that. Come on.
I don't know, it's silvery liquid. I'm still gonna barrel it up while we're here.
Oh, one last warning to everybody. Avoid touching the waters.
Yes, it will make you forget who you are for a second at least.
Doesn't sound too bad.
You know,
Does not taste that good either.
that is actually a pretty bad thing, speaking from experience.
If you'd like to take a swim, be my guest.
How much
I
of
will
a
not be
swimmer?
stopping the boat for you.
We'll tie a rope to you.
Be off, do whatever you do.
Walk up to Sticks, give him his diamonds. Or wait, no, you have the backpack.
Yep. I take McGuire. 2,000 in diamonds.
Are they slimy?
Oily.
Are they slimy?
No.
I didn't think so. I just wanted to check with you.
Hold your hands up.
I'm fine. He's mine, so
I have a present for you in him.
I know, but he's mine, so I'm just gonna keep him inside him.
Okay, I reach in and I pull out the sapphires and I give
Is that
you.
McGuire? Is McGuire asking for uppies?
I
He's
thought this
reaching
might
out to
be
his mom.
helpful for the 3 days we have for you to craft stuff.
Yeah, I have some other stuff that I need to get done first.
I'm sure
No.
that Sticks has his incense as well.
Oh, yep. And 1,000 in incense for you, my good man.
So did you get the copper or the bronze or the other stuff on the shopping list?
No, they tried. The vampire who led the attack on Kex's mom's house escorted us around the city and showed us where the shops were. And I wanted to be away from him as soon as possible. So as soon as we got the gemstones and the incense, we bounced.
Did you kill him?
No. Next time. He thought we were friendly, nice little vampires the whole time. So he showed us where everything was and was very cordial, but I did not want to be there around him for any longer than we already had been.
So how did he not recognize Kex?
He was disguised.
I made a very good disguise, so either he knew, he actually was more suspicious of you.
It's because he saw that I had an illusion on, so I had to change the illusion to be like,
It's honestly a little alarming that he didn't catch on. Or maybe he did, and it was just having fun at our expense. I don't really know.
I think he would have had us jumped
Probably.
if he knew who we were.
Probably.
But,
Yeah, I guess my disguise was adequate, and my talking was sweet enough.
And the sapphires were purchased on Matron Cabas's dime. Those are free.
What?
Don't worry about it.
She had a credit account at the jeweler.
We used that as our masquerade of what we were doing here. Because as soon as we got down to the shopping ward, we were immediately met with him and saying,
Like, who are you? What are you doing here? Why are you here? Who are you here for?
How quickly is she going to get the bill?
30 days.
She has to pay within 30 days.
But she also has to be let known. And
Well, hopefully we're done with what we need to do by then.
eh,
I thought it was funny.
Why weren't the diamonds on her account?
I didn't know what the credit limit was, and I wanted to pay. I wanted it to look like we're paying for a larger portion than we're asking on credit, so nobody got suspicious and asked me to fill out any paperwork.
Jeb could have helped her out with the debt.
Jeb could have done a lot of shit that I can't do. All right, I'm sorry
no,
that the
no,
best I could
no,
do was
like,
sneak my way
that's
into the
not what I
jewelry
meant.
shop.
Well, do you not want the diamonds at all? I thought we went down
Just
there
wish
for...
they were free.
Mm. Sorry that you didn't have to go through any of that to get any of it.
It's a good thing I didn't, because that man is terrified of me.
Sure.
I had to pretend to drink blood. It was awful.
What?
I had to play nice with the person that took my mother and tried to kill me.
That was also pretty bad.
So I would rather not hear complaining, personally.
I'm sorry we didn't get everything, but we wanted to get out before the storm hit.
If we would have taken any longer, we would have been caught in that storm.
Sounds good. I'm gonna walk down under the ship.
Is it like, what is like, so we're in the astral sea and everything. What is there like a sky? Is it kind of just one tone? Like, what is.
So the Shimmering Sea seems to go on forever. But in the sky, there are shapes. There are like clouds of phlogiston that you see. There are different orbs that you can kind of tell out at a distance. They kind of look like stars, though they have different colors. Some are green, some are blue, some are like a deep red. And you do see from time to time out in the water, for the majority of this, the water is completely still. There are no waves, there's nothing. Though every once in a while, you will see rippling just below the surface that will then go away.
I'm just going to go out to the bow of the ship and stare at the shapes and everything and just kind of think about stuff for a little bit.
Alyssa, would you like me to start focusing on a soul forge for you, or are you not going to do that today?
I think it depends on what I can actually get done here, because there's a lot of things that need my attention at the moment. I need a shield for Kex. I need to finish my own gauntlets. And I need to do a couple of other things, like repair the cannon. Or not repair the cannon, but like potentially enhance the cannon. And I'm not sure which ones I should be working on, because if I get interrupted, pretty much the entire day's gone. So
I think the most important thing to focus on might be your gauntlets, and then taking care of other people.
yeah, there's
And I got you some lightning rocks to help with it, even though I don't know if
that's probably not going to help me on my own gauntlets. I don't have a list of the things that I need for it off the top of my head. Yeah, but I don't think I'll need the soul forge at the moment. I'll let you know if that changes.
All right.
So Styx has gone below decks. Seems like Alyssa is also going to be going below decks here in a moment.
Yeah, above table, I need to know the requirements for my gauntlets, and then for his shield and all the fun crafting mechanics.
So let me pull that up really quick.
Yeah.
Boom, boom. I have enchanting rules for a reason.
Yeah.
Does Sail feel physically or spiritually better just not being on that plane?
Yes.
Okay.
The complete disconnect has gone away. The connection that you now feel to Madra is tenuous at best, but it is there, and it is upset.
That's not necessarily new.
Mr. Tate.
I'm going to wake me up. I'm going to try to take a nap real quick and get yelled at so I can wake up and get yelled at.
Can you tell that too?
I guess as Alyssa's retreating back and you.
Where did my rules go?
You'll just kind of get a quiet response.
Sorry about this.
I dare you not have 20 windows pulled up, Andrew, immediately with all the information that we may or may not need.
That'd be half the problem is having all those windows open.
That's completely fair. Now a word from our sponsor. Shrimp.
dSCRYB.
Shrimp. $6 special.
Chanting rules. Here we go.
Not shrimp.
It's been like that for
I know.
3 weeks.
I know. I laugh every time I look at it. Shrimp.
All right. So, Alyssa, Lizzie, correct me if I'm wrong. Basically, what you're trying to do is that you have a schematic of the spell snatching gauntlets. And what you'd like to do is take the shield, the spell warding shield that basically gives you resistance to like magic, and use that as a basis to connect it to your gauntlets so you can grab spells out of the air, correct?
No, I don't know where that came from.
Was that I thought spell snatching gauntlets were a separate thing she was discussing before she got the shield from Hilda.
I also...
It was.
Yeah.
I thought she was going to use this as a component to get there.
I see.
I didn't realize that was a requirement, but I'm more than happy to take that.
Might expedite that process quite a bit.
I meant Kex's shield, like the amount of time that would require.
Sure.
But
what all do you want on Kex's shield?
So my plan was basically to make a shield, and then I was going to use an infusion for a repulsion shield to like do the magical effects that we were talking about.
Magical effects on top of the repulsion shield, or just the repulsion infusion?
So the repulsion shield would make it magic, so I can make like something that's not magic, but then make it magic with repulsion shield as an infusion.
And then the shield
And then
is
the
magical.
shield would be magical and probably have the animations and the various other things that we discussed.
The fluff.
Oh, the flavor text of
Yeah,
it.
It's
Peace,
using,
peace,
it's
go,
using
go,
the
go, go.
infusion to make it magical.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the fluff has no mechanical anything to it, really you're just making a shield, which I think for Alyssa's skill set and everything you got going on, you can definitely just bust that out in a day. You guys already have the materials on hand, and it's just you spending an infusion.
Okay.
What I will say, though, is that the infusion is not going to be permanent.
Well, that's how infusions work, right?
If you use them.
Well, the infusion lasts until I think you use the infusion on something else, correct?
So the infusion itself is permanent unless I die and then it goes away. That being said, like if I use more infusions than I have, I can choose to like remove those effects. But if I choose to bring it back, then I don't have to like...
Peace. Cool. So it just counts towards your total used infusions every day.
Yeah, I think the best way to maybe picture it is like if I have concentration on all my infusions, I can drop concentration on his and then
Make another one.
And make another one.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's completely fine by me. I can say you can definitely do that within just one sitting session.
Okay.
And you have the materials on hand, so it's not going to cost you any gold to do it. And you're just an artificer, so you just make the infusion. Yeah, 100%.
Okay. No, let's go back to the gauntlets because those are probably like the biggest thing for me. So the Spellguard shield is being incorporated into it. And that's how like the spell snatching works, right?
Yes. So basically I was saying you are cannibalizing that shield, so that's going to take care of your material costs.
Yeah.
As well as the same way you did with like the Misty Step amulets and stuff like that. You need something that will give you a stepping stone towards this additional effect that you need. So by cannibalizing the Spellguard shield, you're basically teaching yourself that enchantment. You can then apply to your gauntlets.
So I'm basically disenchanting the shield and then building it into the gauntlets. Okay. Follow-up question, because that's going to break some stuff in ways that I want to make sure you're cool with. That means that I don't require an attunement for Spellguard shield anymore. So that attunement slot opens up.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
It's just going to take you time to to incorporate all the way in, is the thing.
Yeah.
So you're nerfing yourself in the short term to make yourself more powerful in the late game.
Yeah.
That's a good trade.
So what's the time on that?
All right. Well, I would say that this is with what it does, and you will still retain the spell resistance that comes from the Spellguard Shield, as well as being able to catch these out of the air. This very much is a legendary item at this point.
I would say, like,
that is a very, very
That's a very strong item.
Strong item. So as far as time goes, we're going to skip the cost because you have materials. So we're just worried about time. It is 5d10 days.
So,
5 plus 1d10?
no, 5d10.
5d10.
Up to 50.
Could be 50, could be 5.
Okay.
Which means at the end of every day, and this is something you're going to have to mark down. I'm not going to keep track of this for you. How many working days you actually put towards it.
Working days, so it's not even rest.
Well, it's 8 hours worth of work. So if you have your adventuring day, right? And then generally your adventuring day is 8 hours. Then you have 8 hours to like camp activities. And in this case, working on the gauntlets and then rest.
So as long as we don't go super far over in the adventuring duties, then you can have the downtime on top of rest and killing.
Also, you can start adding extra hours if you have extra time, like we will while we're on the ship. You can do 2 8-hour sessions.
Okay.
That's true. Yeah.
All right. So,
So-
can I get a sticky note? We're going to keep track of it this way because there's no way that I'm going
Okay. Would you like somebody else to keep track of it as well for you, just so you have 2?
to. Sure.
Okay. So we don't forget.
So are we rolling now?
Yeah. Alyssa, if you could. Lizzie, if you could, go and roll me 5d10.
Please roll. Please
Well, hey, you guys usually roll low.
Yeah.
So
This is actually good for you.
yeah. Watch, this is all 10s.
Oh, God.
If it's all 10s, divine
Nice.
intervention.
Nice silvery barbs.
Okay. So I need to roll low because this is how many days that it's going to take to create this.
Sam, look away.
8,
Yeah.
5, 6,
19,
1,
Nice.
3.
23.
That's pretty good.
Below
That
average.
ain't that bad.
That's below. Yeah, that's below 50. That's really.
All right.
That's really good.
So really, if you don't sleep and we
So-
don't do anything else.
23 times 8 is what?
160, 184.
184 hours.
184 hours.
I got it right over here too.
Okay.
On record, 184 hours to make
And
your gauntlet.
follow-up question: if I disenchant it, and then it takes me like months to do that, I don't get the effects from like the Spellguard Shield at that point.
Correct.
So I'm not going to do that until we're done with Niv-Mizzet, I think.
Good call.
Good
Peace.
call. Yep.
Okay, so then I'm going to work on Kex's Shield.
You got it. All right. Again, that's no gold cost to you. You guys already have the materials. You have the abilities to do it. And because it's an infusion, not like a separate enchantment you're trying to put on it, I'm not even going to have you roll for it. Just you spend the rest of the night and do it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Just not to backseat your gaming, but that's one day of the 3. How
Are we fast forwarding 3 days right now? Or I thought we were going to be like playing the next day.
We got to do port stops and stuff. So
okay? I know you got to cast for 24 hours if you want to do what you want to do.
I'm not sure if that's even going to be possible. Because the boatman did specify that we can't get attacked, and it was a big point in basically everything he said. So,
bro, man.
Roachman.
so if I'm doing that, then I'm going to be down below, and if anything comes up, you guys are going to deal with it, kind of thing.
Yeah, we got cannons up here. I think it might be worth the
I also can't do it right now.
opportunity.
Do you need to have concentration for a day on that?
Pretty much.
I don't think it's concentrate. It doesn't specify concentration,
It's essentially concentration.
but yes,
'Cause
Okay.
if you get interrupted,
So then what I'm going to do
it's uninterrupted.
is I'm going to drop my infusion on my +1 AC, and I'm going to walk over to Styx and tap his robes and do Mind Sharpener.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Okay.
what's that?
Mind Sharpener, the infused item can send a jolt to the wearer to refocus their mind. The item has 4 charges. When the wearer fails a Constitution saving throw to maintain concentration on a spell, the wearer can use the reaction to expend one of the item's charges to succeed instead.
That's really good.
The item regains 1d4 expended charges daily at dawn.
That's
very good.
really
That's
good.
really good for you.
Yeah.
Just in general.
Just kind of, but I think it's more important now. I think after we're done with Hollow, I don't need it because I have Warcaster, and it's really hard for me to fail a con.
But even if you do fail, you just an auto success.
It's basically a legendary con save.
And she has incredibly high AC already. Losing one's not a whole lot. You being able to.
Oh, I'm just saying, like right now it's really good, but I don't think it's something that I'll need.
Oh, it's not
In the future.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not a permanent thing,
Yeah.
but like where we are and what we're doing up to now, that's big.
How long have we been up as well?
So it wouldn't been
Like guild zero time.
3 hours. 3 hours. You two are tired as fuck. You two are still fresh. It hasn't even been a full adventuring day for you yet.
Yeah. We've been up for like 30, 36 hours.
You two are getting towards your 8-hour mark
Okay.
ish. No, wait, sorry. There was travel from the Citadel to
Oh.
the thing. You guys are
12.
12. Yeah.
Travel from the, yeah.
So here's another question. Boatman specifically was like, "Don't bug me. This is my ship right now." What would Hollow do for that?
That's what I was.
Like, is it something where I'm like actively walking around and like touching parts of the ship, or is it just me concentrating and casting like in a meditative state or something like that?
I think it's a little column A, column B, because you're trying to enchant the entire ship.
You might be able to ask him when we port.
Un-
Say, hey, I want to do this spell.
On my way down to go talk to the boss, I will stop to chat with Styx if he is available.
I was just taking like the incense and putting it aside.
Okay. I'm gonna go to bed for at least a little bit.
Yeah, you need it.
Just so you're aware, the current navigator is, I think, a fiend of some kind. So
I'm gonna ping. I forget the name of it. Yes. Is anything around us undead?
Very much so. You see Kex.
Okay.
But
Good to see that hasn't changed. Be alarming. One day it's gonna happen. What the fuck?
I thought of it while we were out shopping. That might affect what you wanted to use the incense for. If this guy is kind of weird and spicy. So
I mean, I think we just kind of have to wait it out at this point, and then it just depends at the end of his job what we do from there. But I don't know. I feel like I should protect the ship, but also it's a lot of time, and it seems like every time we're on a journey on the ship going to and from somewhere for an extended amount of time, something comes up.
yeah, but I think the opportunity cost of you not being able to help out in one fight is going to save us on a lot of other fights that we are going to have. So that's just my 2 cents. You're the expert. I didn't know if your spell would be
Also,
affecting Mr. Man up there. I'd rather not kick him off the ship halfway there.
Yeah, exactly that. I think that I would forego that enchantment on the ship just in case we get stranded in the astral sea.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of other things that we can do. Question. One of the ones that I did want to do would prevent teleportation and extra dimensional or interplanar travel. How would that affect
Us?
Yeah, if we're trying to do what the ship has apparently been christened to do, jumping between planes?
I would hate to get the ship cut in half because we got halfway through and then the portal broke or something. But not having extra, I don't know. I think Kex has something that lets him do something like that. So it might be fucking him up a little bit if he can't do that. But
Yeah, there's a lot of other stuff. I can do energy protection or
yeah. That'd be nice.
vulnerabilities, or make it so we can't get, or I could just be selfish and make it to where nothing can be turned undead if they die on the ship.
Will that make it so you can't bring Kex back?
Undead.
Isn't he?
Great question.
Look,
Don't really want to find out.
Real good questions right now.
I'm just saying that would suck.
Well, when I'm casting spells, they're not undead. He's just already undead.
I like the idea about us being resistant to stuff, but I'm gonna leave that in the hands of the experts. So,
As I'm sorting through everything, looking through the incense, I'll be pondering my plant.
we couldn't find you an orb or anything, so you're gonna have to keep using the spying glass. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah. We got the stuff that you guys needed to work on, and I tried to get something extra with the sapphires, but they do not seem like they will be useful or used for a long time. So,
Should have got me rubies.
what does that do something?
Oh yeah. So kind of like me enchanting the ship with anti-teleportation, I can do that in a giant radius. I talked about it when we were going up, but I didn't have the material nor the spell ready.
I'm sorry, I'm stupid. I would have got rubies.
Forbidden.
Is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm. It's it could have made it to where Niv Mizzet didn't go bye-bye.
Damn.
But
Well, sorry.
It's expensive. I don't blame you. And it seemed like
It could have been free if I'd thought of it. That would have been cool.
we could have just bankrupted her. She would never recover from the crippling debt, and then she wouldn't have any power.
No, she would take it out of the prize goal. She would have found it somewhere. I think part of the problem with her is that she's not just financially powerful.
We could take her.
Oh, I bet we can. Yeah.
I'll just ask God to smite her.
We're just gonna steal an old lady's money, punch her shit in, and
Gotta wait 5 more days for that to fix.
5 more days. God, please kill Candace.
it's like finally something useful.
Hellboy's like, word.
Eddie Brock in the church. Please kill Peter Parker.
Oh,
I will go to bed.
all right. You step off to bed. Kex, as you are the last one on deck. Currently, you see some of the kobolds looking around, looking at the new rigging and everything like that. Some of them going out to touch it, and then you see another one just, no! And they said, don't touch it! Don't mess him up! We're gonna end up in the water. We're gonna go forget everything.
That makes me just chuckle a little bit.
But you do see a massive hand. It is not moving. It is coming up out of the water, almost like at the elbow. Reaching up. It is this kind of deep gray skin. It is roughly the size of New Prov. One of the towers of New Prov. It is massive.
It's not moving.
It is not moving. As his palm upstretched to the sky, you can see all 5 fingers reaching up as well. Almost like it should be holding something, but it's not.
I'm going to look back at the temporary captain. Does he are we careening towards it? Is it off to the side?
It's off to the side.
Okay. Does he make any or is he just no reaction to it?
0.
Okay. I'm just gonna look at it and just stare at it. Probably way too far-fetched to be does this seem familiar? No, probably not. It's a big stone hand of the astral sea.
It is not made of stone.
Oh.
Stone-colored
It's
skin.
a hand. It's a hand.
It's a hand.
Interesting. Okay, I'm not going to touch it, even though I want to. Real bad.
It's a ways off.
Yeah.
It is.
Just going to gonna watch it.
Nothing transpires. It's just one of the oddities of the astral sea.
I'll just think to myself, maybe I'll ask him about that when we port.
So, with that, is there anything else you guys would like to do?
Yes. When I'm done moving all of the incense and putting it aside, I would like to commune.
Beautiful. All right. You take catalog of all your new incense, and you set it for commune. What do you do?
Okay, so I have 3 questions. So the first will be asking Kelmvor if the librarian is someone that we can trust.
Trust is a
And
loose word in the.
you're using your scales and balances holy symbol like you normally do for these types of things, correct?
Yes, but commune is more like asking a question, like, and getting a response instead of like a, like, that's up to you. But
Sure.
typically with commune, I was talking with him, like actually asking.
You set up your commune spell, you set down your holy symbol, and golden runes in a bit of a circle form up around you. The candles that you have to prepare for things like this, for a brief moment, the actual flames themselves turn golden, and your eyes turn golden, as you are no longer seeing the area around you, but instead are in the court of Kelmvor. You ask, is librarian somebody that you can trust? Kelmvor, sitting in his judge's pulpit, looking down at you, massive, 40 feet tall, sitting down.
It just laughs. This is the librarian, somebody you can trust. What?
No.
The librarian tells no lies.
Take that as I will. Can we still reach Alyssa's mother?
Yes.
And how should we go about saving Niv-Mizzet?
I always love when you use the spell. That's good questions.
Fast and furious.
Family.
One of the terms I was actually playing around with in my head was shock and awe. You may have unlikely allies. On the island, not including the dragon himself, I recommend either attacking with full force and disregarding the casualties, or spending time to see who may be there.
So I was the one who did scrying. There was that I saw Niv-Mizzet and 2.
Nagpas.
There wasn't anything else that I saw at the time.
Due to how scrying works, it focuses in on the subject, which
It
would have
was
been
like-
Niv-Mizzet.
Like fish eye.
Exactly.
Niv-Mizzet
Out
clear,
of focus.
2 Nagpa-ish.
And then 2 other figures,
There was 2 others. And I didn't get any kind of like...
vaguely humanoid, but at that point it's so disoriented. They were standing, sure. Like
They had legs. Excellent.
Were they in chains? Were they lowering the chains? Who knows?
I'm gonna bow my head and thank him.
He'll bow his in return.
Good questions as always.
Before you go,
I'll look up.
remember your vows, as it is important in the very close coming times. I trust you.
Really?
I trust you as well.
Be safe. As the commune falls, your eyes go back to normal as you see Fizzlefang is 2 inches away from your fucking face. Just,
Ah!
You were all like, hi.
Hell, you okay? I'm gonna put my hand on his forehead.
I'm fine. I thought you were like, I don't know. That was weird.
Never seen me do that?
No. What was that? Your eyes were all fucking weird. The flames around you were like, and like.
Okay, Fizzlefang, how do you cast magic? What do you do when you're casting magical things?
Oh, first, I normally inscribe the majority of a spell, and he shows it to you, and then I just complete a line, and then boom, ready to go.
That's actually pretty smart.
That's why I got to prepare my spells and stuff, but I always just pick the same ones because animate object. That's awesome. Like,
It's right.
I mean, we're pretty similar in that way, but instead of using facts and logic, I use outside help. And I was talking to the person who gives me that power.
oh, you rent your magic.
I just took a drink, man.
That's how it feels.
Welcome to my life.
Yeah.
Who's your sugar daddy?
Just for that flavor, I'm gonna cast Scales and Balances and regard him as an enemy, just so he can feel. Can he make a Wisdom 16 save? Oh, he might pass this. Or is he a Wisdom or Int?
He's intelligence, but he rolled fairly well.
16.
It's 15 on the die. Let's see if he has a plus anything to wisdom.
I'd be shocked if he has a plus.
Maybe a +1. He might beat it.
He literally has a +1.
He'd
Is
beat
it 16 or 17?
16.
Wow. That's
My
not that bad.
spell save DC is not that great.
So you cast this on him, and he's just
Barely shakes it off.
Weird flex, but
feels weird. You talk to that guy? Oh, I'm sorry. Are they a guy?
Gods. Yes, they were.
Okay.
Uh,
I just want to double check, man. I don't know.
just be careful what you say about other people's.
Did I say something wrong?
Yes.
What'd I do?
I'm trying to think if he would understand anything about religion. Do kobolds have a god that I would know?
Kobolds have.
Never miss it.
I'll do a religion.
This one
Yeah, go
does. We're trying to save it.
Not a god.
15 for my religion check.
Yeah, doesn't it? What's Nivmizet's stance on Bahamut? He's like, yeah, fuck that guy.
Not well.
Yeah, he exists, I guess.
Not on the Christmas list of Bahamut.
Yeah.
Yes. You know that kobolds do have gods, though not very. The following of this god has kind of gone out of favor in more urban settings, I guess is a good way to put it. So basically kobolds that come from like cities and stuff like that, they generally don't follow a god anymore because they've really fallen into that engineering aspect of cities. But tribal kobolds and stuff like that, they still follow Kurt Ulamak, the Gnome Smasher and the Watcher.
Oh,
The
okay.
Gnome Smasher.
Okay.
So I'll say to him, like, you wouldn't tell, the tribes of your people to.
They're fucking stupid.
Engineer. I love it.
Kobolds and gnomes are on site.
I love a science. I love the idea of a sciencey kobold. It's just so like, fuck your tribalism.
I wouldn't I wouldn't talk down on your science, so I would expect
You can't really.
the same curt regard.
I wasn't speaking down on your god.
Rented magic.
That's what you're doing, right?
Sugar daddy.
Listen, Niv Mizzet gives us stuff all the time. You know, like I'm very sorry. I was not trying to be rude to your faith or culture or whatever. That wasn't my intention.
Only Fizzle Fangs.
My bad. I'm sorry.
When we get back,
I just don't know enough.
when we get back, I'm gonna make you spend more time in Selesnya.
You can try.
Wait until I use Gios on him.
You watch him cast grease on himself and then slide away like a penguin.
Sticks pushing his religion on someone.
Of all the moves. Of all the things.
And he wears his slip and slide.
No, don't light him on fire. Patch.
I don't know where I am.
I don't know why there hasn't been just one bad motherfucker who's like, fuck it all, burn it all down, gets to the Astral Sea with one matchbook. Just
So it's because there's pockets of no space. So you can take out giant swaths, but you can't actually light the entire thing. Whereas like the Mist Sea, that's very condensed.
yeah.
And you can get the entire Mist Sea, and it's happened. That's why they stay in the stones.
Yeah. And there's a literal firestorm.
Once that kerfuffle is done, I'll go over to Alyssa.
Did you see Fizzlefang speed slugging it on the floor just now?
No, but I heard it.
Are you busy? You are busy, but you
I
have
never
a
would get that.
second.
You can talk at me.
Okay. Well,
Nice.
I told you that we would find a way to find your mother, and I wanted to check to make sure, and we can still find your mother.
Okay. How do we do that?
That's a great question. I tend not to ask Kelmvor specifics, as I find it to be rude, but we can.
You just asked him specific.
So
I
let me get
can't
this.
just ask
Let
him,
me get
like-
this straight. It would be inconvenient to ask if my mother's okay. So you decided not to.
No, I did ask if she's okay. We could still find her.
Did you ask if she's okay, or did you say that we can still find her? Because we could probably find a corpse just fine.
I don't. I know that's what I asked, but I'm pretty sure, like, I could have been a little bit vague on that. But I think that Kelmvor wouldn't be telling me I could find a corpse, just based on his
Based
whole
on the
religion,
vibes.
Based on the death god, yeah.
not a death god.
Literally it is.
Literally the death god.
He's not like that. Not like bad death god.
Hey, man, you're the cleric. You can make any assumptions you like.
Just like,
So based off of vibes is what you're saying.
I'm just gonna roll my eyes and walk away.
you can't. That is the word. I love it. Oh my god.
Everybody is just getting
And
on.
I gave him a magical robe that makes him better at things, like keeping concentration. What do I get?
Alyssa starts to understand
It's like-
his problem.
Okay, to be fair, that is the equivalent
fair.
of like, yeah, I gave this person a present and they're not giving me something back. Why? I didn't ask for it.
She didn't know anything, and then you dropped it like, yeah, we can still find your mom. Okay, bye.
I just want everybody to know the bullshit Styx has gone through the past couple days. Gets roasted for being insensitive. Gets the... I've literally done nothing but tried to help everybody. And also, just saying, the flavor of the spell, I don't get definite answers. I can get unclear. It's
Are you
not
saying this
like-
all in character or?
No, this is above
Okay.
table.
All right.
Above table, commune isn't like, yeah, so is Alyssa's mom alive? Where is she? And how do we get her back?
Well,
You could ask all of those
well, then
questions.
above table, like Alyssa already knew that her mom was like somewhere because of the librarian.
The librarian didn't specify.
Yeah, but neither did you.
The librarian was said that she
Your mother-
said to say hi to Alyssa
Yeah.
and that sent them off to go and do something. Not anything about if they're okay or if we can still get them.
Either way, it didn't seem like there was anything new. So Alyssa was like, "Okay, well, I'm not gonna get my hopes up," and like continued like working and keeping herself busy. It wasn't like a
This guy sucks.
like go fuck yourself kind of thing.
Thanks.
All right. Well, with that, much like Colby in real life, we will. No, I'm kidding.
Yes, Colby.
I was gonna take a break while y'all were fighting.
I have something for this.
Oh boy.
It's okay. Chill out. Chill out. All right. So, Colby,
Yeah.
Sayul would like to go to bed.
For at least a power nap. Probably end up sleeping longer than he intends to.
What the fuck are you doing?
All right. You go down below deck. There is the captain's quarters, which has not seemingly been taken.
Yep, those are mine.
So you go into the captain's quarters. You're the only person with a bed instead of a hammock.
Fizzlefang sits on, like, sleeps on the edge of your bed.
Fizzlefang has opened up your footlocker and made a small bed. He's curled up in it. No, I'm kidding.
Sahil probably would have long-suffering patience for any of the kobolds, like, sleeping like dogs at the end of the bed. It's like, you know what? I don't have it in me to fight that right now.
Queen-size bed, half a twin-size space per person.
Yep.
Nope.
So you go lay down and
Just for flavor, I'll take like my last moonstone and cast like a bardic inspiration into it, just a ping of my ability, and hang it over my bed and be like, "That's the best we're getting to a moon. Sorry."
as you go to sleep and darkness overtakes you, the constant wind and thundering that you heard in the Shadowfell slowly starts to ebb away into what sounds almost like a bubbling brook.
Dude, she just peed the bed.
Is that another 20?
Maybe.
Bruh.
I'm gonna use my special mind sharpener robes to make sure I.
It doesn't pee bad.
And use a legendary resistance.
Daniel probably has one legendary resistance now.
Oh, that's I like that.
All right. As you open your eyes in the dreamscape, expecting to get a response, you see that you are seemingly not corporeal here.
Yeah, I'm surprised it worked a little bit.
As standing in front of you is Majra. She has her arms crossed, she's tapping her foot, and just behind her, you see a draconic form. Tall, overarching her with green scales, and one head.
Do I recognize?
Oh my god,
This
is it
individual?
the fucking Hydra?
Do I recognize this individual?
No, the Hydra didn't have wings. This seems to.
This isn't Jeffrey, is it? He was Dragonborn.
Do you know how much convincing it took me to have Nether open this realm and keep it open, waiting for you?
I figured out how to fix your brother.
Never mind, I'm done yelling. Please spill.
Okay.
Let's skip to the good
You were
part.
on top of that one. You had that gun loaded like, you gonna yell?
Went to the Shadowfell. That's why I'm a bit delayed.
We know.
We need anchors. One to repel his essence from the Shadowfell, because part of him is trapped there, and another one to anchor him to the plane we want him on. So a repulsion and an attraction anchor on 2 separate planes will fix your brother.
She looks up physically at. I don't know if it's Nether or Nathari.
I
think it's
remember
Nether.
Nether being.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She looks up and she goes, "Does that sound right?" I believe so.
I got it from
Sounds correct.
I got it from a librarian on the Shadowfell who seemed to be a pit stop for wizard souls to write down their life story and all the information they ever knew.
How boring.
He was a bit dry and a bit dickish, but a good source of information. I apologize for my delay, and I'll take a deep bow.
Do you know who I am?
Do I know who Nether is?
You have a spell named after him. Nether's Mischief.
Oh, that's true. I have some magical capabilities written in your name. I assume you to be of quite a bit of import. Thank you for helping Majra here.
Can you sign my spell book?
You sound my guitar.
We...
Did I send you a gift recently?
You sent a benefactor of mine one. And she very much does not like gifts with no strings attached. So, as a thank you, we are giving you a choice. Do you wish to help yourself or the others? Sorry. Phrasing other singular.
The other. Might I know who the other is?
That would take the fun out of it. You get a gift either way, so what's the issue?
Yeah, Sail's thinking about it. Fuck. Well, as I've been given no information as to the reception of my gift or who the other is.
The reception of your gift was positive. We very much enjoy it. This gift in return is a true gift.
Majra, who's the other one? Help me out here.
See, Mandra goes to say something, then vines wraps around her mouth.
That's
Not fair. Not fair.
What is with all of the people in these like weird ass games that they're playing? Man?
This is the Fae right now.
Bruh.
Like, this is the Fae right now, so.
Are you selfless or selfish? Is really the question you must ask yourself.
well. This also depends on who the other is. If my opinion of them is
You know
changed,
them?
that does not shorten the list at all as to whether or not I like them.
I guarantee you do.
I like them.
Very much so.
Fine. Them.
He snaps and saffron out from...
I full body.
You almost gave me up!
What the fuck?
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
What if it was? What if it was the other one? He comes back with the gauntlet. He comes back with the gauntlet. No!
He guaranteed.
Yeah.
He liked him.
Saffron.
Saffron's getting a hug. Sayle's crying a little bit.
She gives you a hug back, and you can feel things have changed with Saffron.
Okay.
She has 5 kittens.
She actually has some scales now.
Hey, yo.
Is she a true pixie?
As you give her a hug, you can feel like almost these draconic scales. And you take a moment and like look at her. You realize her eyes have gone from these deep green to a purple, and the pupils themselves are now slitted.
Dragon pixie. Or dragon fairy.
Drixie.
You changed a little
Very.
bit, but I'm happy to have you back. How you doing?
I'm good. Dying was awful.
I have no doubt. Have I done that? I repressed it if I did. I'm sorry.
That's what it is. You know, I didn't blame you. But they were I don't even know how to put it. There was a brief moment where I was nothing, and I could still think, and that was terrifying.
Yeah.
But Nathair here, they were having a big old conversation about you guys and what you had done, and Nathair saw me out in the ether and just grabbed me. That said, Sealy Court might not be super happy about it, but he said he'd take care of it.
The fixing you or the
Them not being happy about it, instead it broke the contracts and rules, and those are kind of bad things to break, but he said he'd take care of it.
those are a bit more negotiable for us than say Jeb. I'll do some extra negotiating to have you back, and whatever part came back the same or different. You look a little.
Yeah. I can hit harder. I can actually. I have more health than a kitten, so that's nice.
That's good. That's good.
Still pretty frail. Please don't let me get hit by a lightning bolt again.
Okay, let is a strong word.
We'll save for next time.
Do you want to come with me?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. I had a great time with you guys
I had a great time with you.
until I died.
And I was very sad when you died. So I hired somebody I knew I wouldn't like, so I wouldn't feel bad if he died.
I saw.
You saw.
I've been here for a minute. That guy sucks.
He does. And that was why I felt
And he
comfortable.
got big old punchy gauntlets and everything. That was oof.
Yeah, he wasn't the best.
Did you know that he? Oh wait, am I allowed to say that?
Nathair, I control you not. You can say whatever you like.
Dude, so after he ran away from you guys, he went and messed with like the hags down in the Snow's Causeway, and he stole the cult rune. So not only does he have these big old gauntlets, but him and Talassa Vol now have an ice rune. Actually, I'm not sure if he actually went back to Talassa Vol. He wasn't super happy with her either, so he may have just punched her in the face and dipped. I didn't see that part.
I'm going to be honest, I find that very funny. I don't like the idea of it going to Tall, but that is kind of funny. I don't even care what I could have got for me. I got you.
Oh, they had a bet.
No. Did they?
Majra thought you would you'd want the rest of the loot.
The rest of the what?
Your loot.
Sure you don't care?
Let's trade.
I'd rather have you.
She'll give you a big old hug.
Well, it's been a very productive dream so far. Are there any more pleasant surprises, or is it bad news downhill from here?
Madra will speak up. Well, with the information you've given, do you have a game plan to make that happen?
Well, right now we're saving Niv Mizzet.
Sorry. Nathara will be like, appreciated.
You know, I might just be sending you some more stringless gifts.
I promise you this is a one-time thing.
Fine. The other court, then.
Please, not that one.
And then after that, I'm hoping to have a bit more access. We will be faffing about in the Shadowfell for longer, I suspect. They're weakening the pillars? They're torturing, like, Niv Mizzet, a big old rock thing, other strong magic creatures at the different pillars, like Turan Rakir. And we think they're doing that to weaken them so that the you know about the storm that's been blowing itself up at Guild's Row recently and all the
Oh yes, the Twilight Court is very annoyed. They
Yeah.
just got that space back, and now all of a sudden it's all blustery.
Yeah, so the person doing that is trying to weaken all the pillars so they can be a god, I think.
We're aware of Endwin's games.
Yeah, so I'm dealing with that.
Well, it's a good thing you have a friend in tow now.
Yes. And while we are faffing about in the Shadowfell, I might be able to help a friend of mine make an anchor. I have no clue what goes into that at all, other than a good amount of Stygian iron. We have the recipe to make an anchor.
You see, the two of them look at each other. Do we?
Please. Pretty please.
Nathara will.
I'd be a much better instrument of your will if I knew what the fuck your will was.
Put that on the quote. Put that on the quote. That's probably been one of the best ones in a while. Holy shit.
Do you know that I am not originally of the Fae?
I assume you to be draconic in your ancestry of some kind?
Oh, who would have guessed? As he looks down at himself.
Like this guy.
I am tied to Bahamut.
Oh, speak of the devil.
That's one of the better ones, right?
I do quite like him, though he's a bit of a stick in the mud.
Yes.
And through the eras, I found myself leaning much more towards Titania's way of doing things.
Mm-hmm.
So I stepped through a gate, and here I am. I made a name for myself. I'm in the court. It's delightful. That said, I was on the material plane before the Fae arrived. So I understand what happened. Those pillars are pillars directed to the Fae. This is where life and the font of magic comes from.
And they're sabotaging their reflection on the Shadowfell?
They're trying to recreate it. I would assume so if they're using anchors. We used trees, no ungodly iron pillars.
I suspect we will not get away with a tree in the Shadowfell when we're trying to fix Masha's brother.
I suspect not. When you're looking for something that is to embody life, you use a tree.
Yes.
This is dead. It is quite the opposite.
Okay.
If it were my guess, they are trying to inverse what we have already done. They're copying it and distorting it in such a way. So if you can... We could work on bolstering our side of it here in the Fae.
Probably a good shout.
But more importantly, there are two other areas that it could break, being the material and the shadowfell. If I had to guess with what we did, it's a work of concert. Both sides must be operating at the same time. So, just because you stop one side does not mean other, possibly awful things aren't happening on the other.
But it won't work if one side is not functioning properly.
Correct. I guess really what I'm saying is it's up to you on where you wish to battle. And do not be surprised if the forces from one side come to bolster the other.
Thank you for the warning. When you made the pillars...
I did not make them, I was just there.
Well, when the pillars were made, did it require dunking ancient dragons into magma?
No, but it did require sacrifice.
Okay.
We sacrificed primordials, which is why we have a tie with them still. Though it was not as forceful.
It was a deal.
They understood what they were doing.
Okay. Well, that does help.
That is why the pillars are what they are.
Moving islands?
No, fire, water, earth, and air.
Yes. So is it like Zubei's cousin that you did for air, or?
It was... Zubei was not into the same type of consciousness. These elder primordials split off portions of themselves to seal away. And in doing so, they gained consciousness. Like I said, a deal.
That sounds very old and complicated.
It is. I'm surprised that they are attempting something similar. And I do not know what awful things they will have to do to circumvent the part that is willing.
So do they need to do this? Does this need to happen at all the pillars for it to be successful, or can they do one at a time?
One at a time.
That's unfortunate. All right.
And the ones that are successful, you will see changes in the material.
Oh. Okay. Yep. Right. Gotcha. Okay. That's unfortunate. There isn't one of the pillars in the middle of the Elven Forest, is there? That's just a gateway, or is that a pillar?
It's just a gateway.
Okay, good. One of them we saw was a big old tree, and it looked pretty rough. So I was worried.
We are aware, and thank you for the work that you did there. We have sent people to try and bolster it. The Queen has given us permission to walk the lands once more.
I just want to go on the record now. I'm sorry about the salamander. I wish to take the corrupted bits of his essence back so it could be studied and purified by somebody who knew better than me. That's why I gave them back as soon as I was informed that was not a kind thing that I had done. So,
some of the older primordials, if things are taken from them, it takes them much longer to grow back.
Yes. 4 dwarves and a hobbit.
Well,
Not even acknowledging it.
Well, thank you very much for my friend back. I'm glad I could have been of some assistance.
she spoke very highly of you.
I'm glad one of them did. The mean one that I was dealing with recently, I did not intercede on his behalf when he was being bullied by some of my party members, and that did affect his opinion of me quite severely. Saffron, sorry. I've recently...
Wow.
I had to commit...
Gone for like a month and you're already...
I had to commit very recent severe tax fraud for sapphires, and I have them on my mind still. Yeah. You were never bullied. They seemed to like you, but they were just so rude to Kinjar.
It's because I bullied them first.
That's true.
Kendra earned that shit, bro.
You know, I find with you adventuring types, you really got to get the drop on them. You know?
It is the most efficient way.
Works well for some than others.
All right. Will you be there when I wake up? Or do I have to?
I'll be there when you ask.
Okay. I will be asking soon.
I hope so.
I'm tempted to wait till we're not in the Shadowfell anymore.
Aren't you not?
When we're not going to be there again, we will be in and out for the foreseeable future.
Okay. It's up to you. I'm here to help.
It is just to spare you the Shadowfell. It is particularly unpleasant, I think, for us. I've been trying to not whine too much, but shit sucks. It is not the place to be.
I find that you bring the light where you go.
That is so sweet. So pinchable little cheeks.
Get a bit pokier now.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't mind lending my light to yours.
Okay.
Also, we have pranks to play.
I will be calling for you soon.
Super quick above table question. Can I death ward a familiar?
100% you can.
Excellent.
Yes.
Sorry, y'all. Enjoy the last death ward that you guys got. So
Third time's a charm.
All right. And with that, Maj will take a step forward. She will take your hand in hers.
I'm sorry I wasn't very timely.
I think my anger has abated.
I figured that would be the only way to abate it, was to lead with that. So
I'm sorry, he just means a lot to me.
I get it.
But thank you. And I'm glad to see that you are on your path. I help Breezecliff how I can.
Thank you.
And should it help you in your path, you may visit, if need be.
Thank you. We might have to soon.
And in the most, she does this very smoothly. It's very elegant, where she holds your hand in such a way and then raises her own hand up to your lips.
Okay. Oh, yep.
Making it look like you did it.
I'll play along.
gaslight.
Gatekeep.
Girl boss.
And with that, she will place a finger on your forehead and push.
Fall back. Am I out for 8 hours?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
You're exhausted, dude.
Just
All right. Is there anything else we'd like to touch on before maybe take an early break? 10 minutes early?
watching this guy.
All right, you got it. Well, with that, we're actually going to end on a happy note for once. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yippee.
I didn't think that you guys were going to bust out the coin immediately. I thought I was going to be able to fuck with you with the storm a little bit, but this works.
No,
I'm here for it.
I would have fought it.
out of there.
I will box the storm.
I'll win this time, bitch.
We'll be back in probably like 20, 30 minutes. And until then, have a good one. We love you, and we'll see you soon. We got our first sponsor. We're super excited about it. Our music and audio is now brought to you by dSCRYB. If you're looking for just the right ambiance for your spooky dungeon crawl, check out dSCRYB's catalog of sound and music. If you're really looking to scare your players, then you can even use dSCRYB's narration tools as they perfectly describe the dungeon that you're about to enter. Pass the threshold of the storied place and find yourself in the first chamber. A hallway rampant with junk. Any carvings, statues, gnarled sconces on the walls have been obscured by the considerable piles of old and broken equipment. Slashed leather, frayed ropes, dented helms, soiled bedrobes, discarded by adventurers past, perhaps dropped in favor of plunder found deeper within. A trail cuts through the dragon's hoard of debris to the door that will lead you further in. You glimpse a skeletal hand hanging out of one of the mound's fingers, extending spider-like toward the door as if eager for spoils that might be left within. And if that's not enough for you, you can have access to pre-made maps, soundscapes, and their Foundry module to fit exactly what you're looking for on the fly. If this sounds as cool to you as it does to us, because we're really going to be using this in the future, it's super awesome, then you can use code DUNDER to get a 30-day free trial. That's code DUNDER at checkout. Links below. Thanks for listening, and thank you, dSCRYB, for checking us out and sponsoring the show. Last we left off, our intrepid adventurers outran a storm. You flipped your Wayfarer's coin into spawning in one Anya Mayor, a Marinloth that took over your ship and is now acting captain, much to Sail's chagrin.
So you got the captain's quarters, you're all right.
So I was like, I'm not gonna start that fight. We don't have time to start that fight. I want to fight him.
After getting onto the ship, he quickly took you guys into the Astral Sea, where you guys got to experience it for the first time. Your character's first times. So I don't think Lizzie's been on the Astral Sea.
No, I was
Or
like,
Alyssa.
I was gonna say, like, I thought we have been on the Astral Sea, then I was like, no, that's like the place that's the Mist Sea.
Yep.
And my character hasn't even been there.
True.
So
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, so that's why. No fire.
Yep. And with that, on the Astral Sea, you guys came breaching the waters and riding on top of whatever mercurial substance acts as the sea here. You were warned by the captain, don't touch it.
Oh, we got evidence too.
As Sail had already touched it and almost forgot who he was for a brief moment. It's a great thing that you rolled high and have a very good wisdom saving throw. The DC for that is fairly high. So, with that, you all realized you didn't need to pilot the ship yourselves anymore and broke off and started doing your own things. Styx communed with his god and asked a few questions, like basically, how do we attack and save Niv Mizzet, which was, there might be some friends there that you're not really quite sure about, or you can just go hog wild and maybe hit somebody. But that's up to you.
Is it time to be the Hog Rider?
Hog Rider! Hog Rider!
Oh, they're stimming.
That is a
That's the
reference
only one I'll
that
participate in.
almost nobody here will get from way earlier on in the campaigns. Anyways, you also asked if Alyssa's mother was around, and the answer was yes.
Could we find her?
They could be found. As well as, what was your yet another question?
Was the
Oh, was librarian mean somebody you can trust? And to that, he speaks no lies.
Take of that. Make of that what we
And neither did Jeb.
Yep.
So, with that, Alyssa, you continued working on your projects off to the side, getting Kex's shield with the repulsion and all that fun stuff on it. By the end of this leg of your guys' journey, that will be done. So you can go ahead and give that off over to him, as well as the friendship shield, which you are imparting on it.
It's going to be a whole thing when I give it to him.
Hell
Don't
yes.
worry.
I'm so happy about this. And Sail, you finally went the fuck to bed.
in a place where you could be reached.
Is it Samuel L. Jackson who narrates that like
Go the fuck
children's
to
book?
sleep.
Yeah, go the fuck to sleep.
Oh my God.
Fuck to sleep, motherfucker.
In which you had a meeting with not one, but two Fey entities. Some may even say three. As you found Majra has worked hand in hand with Nether, the dragon, god, and archfey of the Feywilds of mischief and magic.
So that was an archfey I was discussing. All right.
Nice, moving up in the world.
You were given the option to help yourself or help another. And while Sail had to battle with that a little bit, he eventually did choose to help another, in which you got Saffron back, upgraded and gifted back to you. She's essentially taken on some dragon sorcerer's properties.
Oh,
Girl.
yeah. Get some sorcery points now?
She does.
Ooh, that's spicy.
Oh.
What I'm hearing is little battery.
Oh no!
Not a soul flame. Not soul flame. All right, we're staying away from soul
Don't
flame.
have enough things to throw at you. No.
You leave her alone.
Leave Saffron alone.
And you also told Majra you knew how to fix her brother, the River Prince.
That was what I led with.
That is what you led with to stop her tirade that was about to happen, which was effective.
Yep.
She then stopped yelling at you and let you discuss how to fix her or fix him. And with that, that kind of piqued Nether's interest, where he told you this has already been done once before, kind of, with the Feywild actually influencing the material plane. And it seems as though the people you were dealing with are trying to do the inverse of that. So, with that, you were sent back into your dreams, back into your sleep, where you can rest finally.
I roll to wake up.
And with that, the ship continues on. Kex, you're still just out on the deck? All right. Well, at this point in time, I would, unless there's anything else you'd like to do, I would say we can move on to our next leg of this journey.
Any crafting rules or any some such?
I didn't roll for crafting.
She doesn't need to for what she's making. It's that,
He spends an amount of time and says, "Let my will be done."
yeah. Well, when you have that high of a roll, and you can add all the bonuses in the world to it, yeah. It,
You just make the
fucking
DC.
hand wave it at this point. So, as everything starts to slow down a bit, you guys can actually feel that the ship has stopped. All hands on deck, please.
It's the time for me to wake up.
This would pretty much wake you up.
All right.
You would have had enough time to finish your work. As everybody comes back on deck, it's been hours and hours. Would you have gone to bed, or have you stayed awake the entire time?
I probably would have fallen asleep on the spot. I probably would have eventually drifted off at the bow of the ship. Not because I wanted to sleep, just because body is just done.
You guys would see that as this gets called out, you get startled awake. As it is loud, it actually encompasses the entire ship. Even though it's down below deck, you can hear it as if it is right next to you. You hearing it up on the top of the deck, you realize somebody has set you up nicely with a blanket and a pillow.
I'm like rubbing my eyes because I basically woke up 10 minutes before my alarm. Like, there anybody around?
You see a lot of people are piling up on deck now.
Weird.
Sayo's magicking together coffee for himself.
I'm just gonna kind of just take that in and be like, oh, all right, and stand up and
A flask has been left for you off to the side.
a flask. That's fine.
It's juice.
Juice. Okay. Is this just a flask, just a random flask?
Yeah.
Okay. Just gonna
A little dented up.
okay. I'll take a swig out of it.
All right.
Is it good?
Make it wasn't. No, I'm kidding.
I was gonna say, is it good?
It's not bad.
No.
Just juice.
Just someone give me a good wake up. I like it. Appreciate it.
You see, as everybody starts to pile up on deck, just to warn you, we'll be going through the waters here in a moment. There will be a whirlpool we'll be going down into. We will be stopping in the Shadowfell once again to Zhakaar, the city of Zhakaar. Is anybody here familiar with Zhakaar?
Is anybody here familiar with
Is there a parallel on the material plane that potentially could be a mirror of it? That maybe
Above table? I don't really think anybody here would be. This is him just asking in character.
That's why I didn't even ask.
Yeah.
I'm like, no.
It is one of the many cities of the dead, so be prepared, though it is not uncommon for the living to make some journeys here. So, as long as you are polite, they should leave you be. Do not steal. Everything has a cost.
how long will we be stopped here? How long do you need to rest?
I need to rest for 8 hours.
Peaches, I guess.
So, you may spend your time out in the city, or you may stay here. It matters not to me.
All right, kobolds, gather up.
All right. You see, Kip walks up to Caxton. You done?
Oh, yeah. That was all you?
Yeah.
Oh. Thank
You like fell over, dude.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't do that.
Hand on the flask.
You're
back.
too big. I couldn't carry you down.
That's fair. Sorry.
Brought the bed to you.
I look at Styx to see if he also heard that.
Bit of a long day.
Probably heard it. Wasn't paying attention.
Very high perception, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does the city we are, or is that the whirlpool?
That is the whirlpool. You caught me. All right. Well, get ready. Tie yourselves off or go below deck. I just wanted to give you a warning that it is happening here in a few moments. All right. And you guys just all go below decks? You tie off? What are each of you doing here?
I'll probably tie off.
I'll loop. I'll probably tie off, but I'll loop my arm through like the stair railing with my coffee mug.
It's not the first escapade of this kind of thing, so.
Below deck stick skips.
All right. You got it. Changes the music up a little bit.
You're staying up or you're going down?
I mean, I'll probably just tie myself and then like look at the whirlpool. That sounds kind of cool.
Okay. So as a few moments goes by and you guys start to approach the whirlpool itself, you can feel it start to tug on the ship. There is a loud crashing of water or whatever this viscous material is as it starts to fall into one of these portals. And you watch as the Marinloth at the head of your ship just lets go and lets themselves be guided in. As you very quickly start to all of you feel your stomach start to lurch, though this is something you're somewhat used to at this point, as the ship passes through some type of barrier and you are shunted out the other side. The sails immediately fill up. You feel the engine start to kick on, and there's a magical push from the Marinloth itself as you can actually hear him now starting to strain as the wood and timber starts to creak and as he's pushing himself and the ship out of this whirlpool now, so you do not wind up in the epicenter between two planes forever. As you all manage to inch your way out of the whirlpool, you see a massive city. Not too dissimilar to Shadow's Row, though obviously the architecture is very different. There is a very large glass building in the epicenter that seems to rise up at odd geometric angles that shouldn't work. If this were any normal corporeal thing, then those lodgings over there, those shapes should fall just due to the weight and lack of support, but they stand anyways. You guys start to move towards the docks that are close up on the city. You see there's just black stone docks jutting out from the side as other ships are here. You see some ships shorter and a bit more stout than yours with black linen sails as a few people are moving about. The same blue amorphous shapes that you are used to from the other side of the world still here. They seem to be interacting with a bit more corporeal things as they are moving cargo. There is a Genasi man who is ordering some of these people around, and as you pull into one of these slips, you see that there is another, probably Genasi woman. I hesitate to say fire Genasi because that normally denotes reds and oranges, where this is instead blue. But the hair and everything on her person lights up the same way as if it were fire.
Cold fire, Genasi?
Does it remind me of Soul Flame? Seeing all of the stuff that happened with Lolax.
Similar, but as she approaches, you feel heat coming off of her, not cold. It does not appear as though she has any like stinging iron or anything like that on her that would help keep this flame alit or is concentrating it. It just seems much like the Dwergar or the Ghostwise halflings or even the Shadar Kai. This is simply a Shadowfell variant of a Genasi. Well, welcome to Zhakaar. Are you here for business or pleasure?
Business.
Business. Well, there's a small fee to use our slip, if it were. What do you have to bargain?
Material gold.
That is acceptable. Only 1 gold for the day.
I don't know. That's what
I will
Steve
just
picks.
pass it off.
All right. She will take it. And she goes, thank you. And your name? And where are you from?
This is the Crimson Scourge of the Mist-Sea.
She will write that down. It is a pleasure. And she will step off to the side, and you will see some of these blue amorphous spirits starting to walk up, and they're doing the rigging for you. They're setting everything up. Some of the ropes and chains actually shoot out from the deck themselves as you see the Marinloth kind of shooting his hands out to the side and getting things set up.
Sorry.
It is your oyster.
I was gonna, while we're all gathered up before we leave, I'm gonna tell everybody, like, it's a different city. Don't forget where we still are. Eyes and ears of enemies can still be anywhere in here.
Figured it might be a good idea for... Do we want to go into the city for any reason? You guys had materials that you were upset we didn't get.
Left to spend.
We're running a little low.
I have a reason I want to go into the city, but it's merely just to try and see if something's there. That's all.
What's something?
I want to see if there's any Raven Queen temples or architecture in the city.
I very much doubt that would be allowed.
You know, this is still her realm. Just because somebody else presides over it doesn't mean that this is not still her domain. And any place that might have a connection to her that I can sanctify or at the very least clean up can't hurt.
I'll look to Anya.
Anya.
How many do you, now that you're no longer on duty, how many days regular sail would we be from Shadow Row or Guild's Row?
Oh, without my assistance,
Yes.
probably looking at least 2 months.
2 months journey.
Very far away.
So we're theoretically another hemisphere.
Sounds like it.
I would, if you're going to go and you're going to scout out information, my secondary request would be for you to see if you could figure out how much time has passed.
Yeah, I can do that. I have an idea of how to accomplish that.
Okay. Got this.
Bardic inspiration.
Yeah.
Just a fist bump.
Just a bardic inspiration.
Okay, that's a D10 now or D8 still?
Might be next level. It goes up to D10. I think it's D8 still. It's been a while. Yep, it's D8.
Been a while.
I'm gonna mind link everybody before we walk away, just so that way if anybody gets lost in the city, and if you'll know if you're outside of a mile of me. Oh, roll that. 4 hours.
All right, well, try to stay local then.
Yep.
All right. So, you are exiting the ship.
Yeah.
Is anybody else accompanying him?
And I'm very tentatively in my own head, and it's probably going to be a little obvious to people who have watched me for so long. I'm a little hesitant to leave the boat because of what going into a city meant last time that I was in this
I
plane.
have no idea.
I know, but it would be weird body language.
Oh.
That's all.
Six would probably be doing his own thing. He would be going out as well, but he's just trying to get a gauge of like everybody's thoughts on him in this place because he really hasn't been into the city other than being in the presence of the librarian, things like that. So
Peace.
I'd probably be looking for any kind of religious area just to kind of see what it's like.
Okay. So, the two of you step off into these dark docks, and as you are kind of moving past, these spirits and stuff are making their way for you. There is a group of confused looking spirits. You can tell just by their body language that they do not know why they step to the side for sticks.
Well, that was a very quick answer.
In his head, Sayol will say to Styx, looks like you just inherently draw attention. So just give a shout if you need a bat or monkey.
It doesn't feel like attention in a way. It feels more like I have a barrier around me that nobody wants to step within.
Maybe it's a respect that they don't quite understand themselves.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, looming above you is that citadel of glass. It seems to loom. And much like V2 Ghazi, it seems ever present as you're within the city.
How far away is it?
If you had to guess, probably 10 miles? It'd be a bit of a walk, but you could do it with some time.
Like what, 2 hours? 2, 3?
If you're like jogging to like really get there, yeah.
Faster as the owl flies.
Even if they were flying, yeah. You're probably looking at, actually, no. A 7-minute mile is feasible for a normal person, and you're an adventurer, right? So, and that is pushing yourself, so we'll extend the time out a little bit. You'd probably get there in like an hour if you're just jogging.
Moving with a brisk pace.
Yeah. Nothing that would injure you physically, obviously. You wouldn't get like an exhaustion level or anything like that.
I want to head towards it.
Maybe be puffing and puffing.
So what is the architecture? It's glass? Is it still almost like Gothic? Or what type of like vibe? Halloween Town Gothic? Is it just disrepair? Or
it is. There's a specific word I'm looking for. It is glass, and like the metal bits in there do seem to be like wrought iron, like you're used to being like Gothic, Raven Queen, Kellenvor,
old
et cetera,
hot
et cetera.
topic.
But the shapes and the actual geometry to it does not align with the architecture you're used to seeing in Guild's Row. It is Ottoman.
Oh.
You see that they come into the shapes themselves seem to be a bit like more spherical, coming to a point. It is not square and jagged, but instead moves with some sloping geometry.
Almost like Middle Eastern cathedral style.
100%.
Domes and mosques.
Cool.
Yep.
Well, I'm going to be heading towards that. And I tell everybody, like, yeah, I'm going to go check this place out.
I'll keep a note of that since we're vaguely kind of interested in the same type of thing. Yours is a little more specific. Mine's a little more broad. So
far out of range, so blow something up.
While I'm perusing through, there's a few specific things I'm trying to keep my eyes and ears out for.
Which would be?
Shatter Kais. I just want to see if I see any, if I pass by any. It's just kind of a,
They are here.
I'm keeping my thoughts and my ears open for people talking about the storm. If there's gossip or anything, or anybody that's just got lingering thoughts of like, oh, I heard there's a massive storm that hit Guild's Row or Shadow Row a week ago, or stuff like that. And then religious stuff. Like I said, I'm trying to keep an eye out and try to find Raven Queen architecture or priests or anything like that. Not necessarily related.
You do find these things as you're moving through. I'm assuming you're kind of just jogging behind sticks because you're on vaguely similar paths.
Kind of, but I'm a little slower.
Well, sorry. Okay.
I'm more like perusing,
Sure.
kind of like I haven't been able to walk around in a city by myself in a very long time.
So as you start to kind of meander through the city, vaguely in the same direction, but not nearly as forceful, and leaving your mind open and just listening in, 100%. You do see that there are signs of iconography. There are signs of religion here, though the symbology you do not know.
Don't know.
People do speak of storms and speak like the ice storm that came in through here not too long ago. We're still doing some repairs and such to the Citadel, but that shouldn't be anything too much. Karanos seems to have lost his favor.
Karanos.
There's also people who speak of the rent in the sky, right? That rent is ever present. You are on a completely other hemisphere, and it is still
there.
visible,
Okay.
though further away at this point in time. People are doing basically like religious symbols, protecting, warding of themselves as they look up, and they speak of Erebos' whip that broke the sky.
Erebos' whip that broke the sky.
Okay, so Karanos was the name I thought it was. Okay.
As that doesn't seem like something they're sure of. It is just something they are speaking about.
Do they call it something like the Eye of Terror?
No.
Where's that volcano? Oh, the dragon is the ring. Fuck.
Nothing. No architecture reminiscent of the Raven Queen at all yet.
Much like in the same way that Styx was looking out for similar things, the materials seem to be the same. There's stained glass, there is wrought iron, very darks and golds and things that have been incorporated into some of these places, specifically ones that you see that apparently worship whoever this Erebos man is.
No.
But the actual god in question seems different, and the architecture itself is different.
After meandering for a while and not like finding exactly what I've been looking for, I would try to find somebody who I could just passing by, or maybe somebody who's in a market square or something, just ask them where I could find a temple or something to pay respect, since I am a traveler passing through.
Whom do you worship? This kind of undead Loxodon man. You see is seeing towards one of these stalls.
I don't necessarily have a specific worship at the moment. It's more so respecting what is around me.
Then you must go see Erebos' Citadel.
Erebos' Citadel. I'm not familiar with Erebos. Is there anything else you could tell me about?
You walk his streets,
I do.
and you were unfamiliar with the man, the god?
Yeah, as I said, I am a traveler. This is actually my first time in the city.
Erebos is a god of death. The god of death. His halls are confusing, though those that seek to worship can find their way. Should you seek to worship, you should start there in the Citadel.
Are there any other religions in the city, or is it just Erebos?
Erebos is the primary deity here, though he would be remiss not to let his siblings and cousins have their own rights.
Who are his siblings and cousins?
Karanos, the god of storms and knowledge.
So this is the artwork for him in Magic the Gathering.
Okay.
Cool. Looks like a Persona boss.
Bogus.
Bogus.
God of Slaughter.
God of slaughter.
I thought it was God of Sus.
Yeah. God of Slaughter, that's actually
Mhm.
okay. Okay, now I'm kind of getting the vibe of the city. Okay.
There is Varaka, the god of affliction.
I've sold some of these cards. What are you giggling about? Moog.
As well as lesser deities of the similar ilk.
Thank you for the information. I will make sure that I pay my respects to those who watch over this city.
See, they extend their hand out, looking for payment.
I'll give him a gold piece. That was oddly timed.
Stab him through the hand.
Give him a gold piece.
Thank you, Chris.
My dagger.
What's up?
No, I'll give him a gold piece.
They raise their eyebrow at this. You know not the information I give you.
I do not, and I don't mean any disrespect by that.
If you were to wander the city any further and start to interact with people less kind than me, they would not have been one to give you an education.
I'm sorry for my disrespect. I will give him 4 more.
He will close his hands around that and acceptable.
I will, what is this? Does he have any service level thoughts as I'm walking away?
Can't believe I got 5 gold. No, I'm kidding. He actually sees this as he's doing you a favor.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. I'm gonna kind of like.
He also thinks you're going to die.
Oh. Is there anything more than that as to why, or just that he thinks I'm gonna?
You are so foolish that you just walked up and started asking these questions.
Yeah.
Like an idiot.
Yeah.
And you are lucky you spoke with him.
Yep. I'm gonna start going. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Say at this point in time, you can probably grab everybody just before Styx is out of range.
I'm like, stop what you're doing, but don't make it obvious. And then I'm gonna give everybody the rundown of the interaction I just happened. Of like, these are the gods. This is what they are. This is a very, very, very religious city. Do not disrespect their deities and their entities. Yeah, he thinks I was extremely foolish to ask him anything of the such, and that I came here without knowing anything about their gods, and he believes that I will die. And I am lucky enough that I talked to him first. So this is all I know about these gods, the love of whatever you worship.
Above table, how long ago did the boatman give us the talk about asking questions?
About asking questions to him.
No, in general, in the city. Like, how long ago was that?
Not too long ago, honestly. It's probably been like 20 minutes.
Yeah. Kex.
You might want to participate in active listening. And then my signal drops because I'm out of range.
I would, as he's about to go out of range, I will make a polite recommendation towards returning. But as you will.
I think that was worthwhile information to gather.
Oh, it was, but danger.
We're always in danger.
Oh my god.
I am the danger.
I was fucking waiting for it. I knew
am
one
the
of you guys were going to say it.
Of course it's Jeremy.
But
He's going to go fist fight a cold.
no, I was about to say, as Styx drops out of range after saying that, I kind of go, I'm going to go to the cathedral.
Oh, and you're gonna be like, You're judging Styx for his decisions. You're making the same ones. That's all I'm saying, man.
I do not have a good feeling about somebody who represents a different god going to that god's house at the moment.
Sayil knows nothing about gods.
This is an above table question for Andrew because of something that, Styx would know about Kelmbor. His plane is on the astral sea, correct?
Kalimvor's plane?
Yes.
So
So his plane, I was looking this up because this is something I feel like Styx would know, but also if this is not correct for your world, let me know. But in D&D lore, his plane is the Fugu plane?
Fugue plane.
Fugue. And it's a neutral plane within the astral sea.
That was originally birthed from the Shadowfell. It's a demi-plane of the Shadowfell.
So it came from the Shadowfell.
And still has ties to it, yes.
Okay. So what would Styx know about Kelimvor's relation to the Shadowfell? He is loosely tied to it. He doesn't have command over it.
He go and roll me a religion check
I'm
for setting specific stuff. Yeah,
8.
at advantage, he is your god.
Kex is worried about him name dropping Kellimvor, and everybody gets all up in arms.
Well, wow, 8. He listened, and I wasn't going to name drop Kelimvor.
This plane with an 8. This used to be his plane. You don't know why it's not anymore.
I rolled a natural one for general Sayil knowledge check. Just be like, I've traveled. I might know. Sayil didn't know damn thing about gods. It's like, oh, that's crazy, man. Maybe come back. I don't know.
I have my reason to go. I'm not going to say anything either. Like, I
Okay.
wanted to go and check this place out and see what it was, and that's about it.
So you step forth, you take your time. You get there in relatively short amount of time. The towers themselves reaching up above you, the kind of odd geometric shapes and bulbs and things like that. As you approach, you realize the clouds start to open here. For the first time, you can actually see the Shadowfell's sky. And while you could not see this further into the city, here in the center, where this thing dominates the space, it starts to glow like a purple twilight as the half-risen sun and half-setting moon up in the sky seems to beam down in this place in particular.
Is it like that this building is cutting through the clouds, basically, and creating an opening? Or is it just...
There's just an opening in the clouds here.
Enough up.
What is the activity happening around or in this building that I can see?
No problem. You do see that there are what you would call parishioners, the purple spirits or blue spirits that kind of hang out here. You know that they are parishioners looking to be basically sorted, and they are swarming this area. They are amorphous. These parishioners have no features. They're just blue souls. As you approach, they part for you, almost opening a entryway straight to the front door. That said, there are what you can see to be angels.
Like,
They are black winged angels holding scythes, and every once in a while they will approach one of these people and hammer down this scythe, and they will cease to be.
does it remind me of the scythe-wielding angel that we dealt with?
They look very similar,
Not quite.
though not quite, as the symbology and the tattoos and the tears on them are all very different. The symbology that kind of like runs down these ones' arms are made of gold, not black. And the tears running down their faces are gold, not black.
Was there any other gold in the city until I saw this?
Every once in a while, in the more devout places, they have a very similar theme to the Raven Queen and Kelemvor here. Though they do seem to lean more into purples and stuff as well. The kind of like underpinnings of these angel wings are purple instead of just a black. Some of their robes have a darker purple color. And you can even see like their skin is almost tinted a tinge of purple as well, instead of just being a pale white.
For my mental picture, if you don't mind, what's their like? Do they have any symbology on their arms and armor or anything?
They have like shoulder pads that have two faces on either side that are made of gold, as well as they have like horns and stuff that they wear around their neck that kind of come down. So they wear it like a necklace, but the horns protrude out and around.
I'm going to kind of meander around the building a bit and see if any of them take any particular notice to me, or I mean, I'm assuming I'm not like trying to hide or dodge around, but I just want to see if like they're gonna like heretic.
As you meander closer, there is you catch their attention fairly quickly because of how the spirits react around you.
Bird, blue,
exactly, and a few of them look up at you. And while like offhandedly, another soul goes to wherever they do. They start to move forward. The spirits open a passage for them as well. They stand out in the middle of this walkway leading to this citadel as they kind of open their arms and wings as a gesture of come forth.
I will take a deep bow before coming up. How many are there?
There's 3.
All of them very similar. Any of their armaments different?
You see the one that is approaching you actually has a golden mask on.
Looks the most boxable.
I drop my backpack.
The third soul to the right.
And the one approaching you is also not wielding a scythe. I misspoke. They are wielding a whip. The other 2 are wielding scythes.
Same vibe though. Big black whip. Okay.
And the one you are approaching is male.
Oh, okay.
Angel.
Greetings. I'm gonna look around.
Full rotation of the head.
You seek the Citadel of Glass.
I was curious about it. We came into port. We have a little bit of time here, and it caught my eye.
It tends to do that.
It's a very... I'm trying to think. So, is this like the kind of building... Like, what would be the feeling that somebody from the material plane gets from this? Is it unease? Is it like wonder?
Oh, it is unease. It makes your skin crawl. Though for somebody of your faith, many people say the same thing about Kelemvor, where they see his statues, they see his altars. So while it is not of your faith, you can tell just by being here, this is not your god. Okay. This is different.
Okay. Yeah. I was on the wrong page the whole time. I was like, is this just the primordial name for Kelemvor and he's about to meet God? I was so excited.
No. It's quite a beautiful building. We don't really have much like this where I am from.
Where do you hail?
From the material plane.
That was obvious. I meant location.
Are you aware of specific locations in the material plane?
A few.
I am from Guild's Row.
You've traveled far, but you're also on a separate plane entirely, so it should be expected, I suppose. What do you wish here, son?
I have no wish. I just wanted to come and admire this beautiful building and walk about this city while we were still here.
You're no follower of Erebos.
Oh, is it the big circle around me?
No, oddly enough. It's the scales hanging from your neck.
I do wear them proudly. I hope that is of no disrespect to you or your god.
Suppose it depends on your intention, though he is a jealous god.
Your god?
Very much so.
If you wish me to leave, I will.
I wish you to do nothing. It is your choice, but actions have consequences, and I cannot guarantee your safety.
Okay.
Though I do like you, little winged man.
What kind of vibe did I get from that?
Am I getting hit on?
We saw you across the bar. We really like your vibe, little winged man.
It's amusement.
Probably with the gusto that I just walk up to this place. I would assume.
You can roll me an insight check if you'd like more specifics.
I'll do an insight.
This motherfucker. Who does he think he is? Oh, your god? Yeah, that makes sense.
Just a measly 27.
Hold on. I actually rolled very well, and I need to see the bonus really quick.
Just insight is as high as mine. I'll be kind of sad. I'm just gonna say, I'm the wisdom. Well, not the wisdom. The whiz
Dumb.
kid. The whiz kid.
The Whizbird.
You say 27?
Yes.
You just pass. At their 25.
Good lord. 19 on the die.
They're a little bit hard to read behind this mask, right? But it very much is your gusto. Your assumption is correct. The idea that you just walk up to this and be like, so what's going on? It's just hilarious. But it also speaks to somebody who's not afraid of death.
Is it the same kind of not afraid of death as me? My non-fear of death is knowing that.
They are assuming that the two of you are kindred spirits in that sense.
Okay, cool. Just really trying to think of if I just leave and take it at that, or if I
Do you come here often?
not hitting on some big buff, sweaty, chiseled, golden angel.
Tell Sayil about it.
I'll ask him if there's anything that he thinks that I should do in our short time here.
Your short time here. If you wish to pay your respects in earnest, then I think that can be done. But it must be in earnest.
It's funny you said that.
No. We need those.
If that is something that you are offering, I hope that you see that I have no ill intentions. I am a man of faith, and I take all faith very seriously.
Whom do you follow?
I follow Kellenvor.
The body language changes.
How so?
And they become a little bit more stiff. Oh. The judge.
Are you referring to me or Kellenborn? Do I sense, can I roll over the insight or do you want me to make a new insight? Do I sense that the rigidity is out of like unease, or if it's more like, oh, I've been a little bit more lax and I'm in the presence of somebody that
It's unease.
Oh.
How dare you ask questions, Cax?
It is.
I'm not asking for information.
He's got the extra clout here.
This is true.
While our gods do not see eye to eye, should you be respectful, respect will be given in kind. Though I may recommend you do not speak with my god. We wouldn't want another dust-up. It was quite annoying last time.
If there's a way that I can pay respects without speaking with your god, I would like to do so. As my thanks for being welcomed, as I like cock my head a little bit with saying welcomed.
They will take a step back, closing their wings. That way they are no longer obstructing your view and your walk, and they will point towards a massive doorway. You are welcome.
I will walk up. I also want to see what the other angels are kind of... If I'm like walking up, I'm trying to be very curt because I know that this is not something... Also, I have no idea if this is going to piss off Kellenborn, but I feel like just being here, just paying respects as a thanks for not lopping my head off immediately. Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what's going through Styx's head as like maybe he should have went back, but I'm not gonna ask these questions. I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, I love your building. I'd love to pay respects. Oh wait, never mind. I'm gonna leave. Bye.
So, you walk forward. The doors open for you. The other two angels are watching you intently. They are large cats on a hair trigger.
I'm trying to make it very intentional. Like I'm gonna pull back the cloak and everything to where like all of my armaments are visible, not trying to show off anything that might be of like Kellenborn, but just to show them that like I'm not trying to hide anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to do any kind of magic.
This is why they are on a hair trigger instead of attacking you.
Well, I mean, you no harm.
Yeah, exactly. And it's appreciated. As the doors open up for you and you step in, is the same almost like Ottoman Islamic archways that come to a point, right? There are small cushions and everything scattered about here for you to kneel on instead of like pews that you would be traditionally used to. Though at the center, there is obviously a pulpit, as they still use the same things.
What is in it?
Who is at it? As you see a Genasi woman is apparently tending to it.
Is it the same purpley or bluey?
No, this is a kind of the water Genasi variant.
Okay.
In the Shadowfell, where their skin takes on the same color as the dark waters here in the Shadowfell. And so, but as they move around, you can see things like almost like seaweed that would normally make their hair is now lank, and instead of being a bright green, it is almost this kind of like yellow.
And then the two things, obviously this place is probably immaculate.
Is very well. And in fact, as you step in, you realize why there's such an odd shape to this entire construction. As stepping inside, the light actually comes through the stained glass, and looking down in the center of this giant temple, you see the stained glass overlaps itself to make a pattern. There's a face here with two curved horns coming down, almost like a bust of somebody. You get the sense that this is probably a bust of
Thank God.
Erebus. He has the two horns off to one side. Smoke almost seems to be coming from their eyes. They have a headdress on and the two golden pauldrons of two faces and a sash coming across that you see that his angels were also wearing.
Hmm.
I love the aesthetic.
I'll go in. As long as I'm not interrupting what she's doing.
Seems to be just looking down at a scroll here, making some notes. And as the doors open up, they look up at you, but they say nothing.
Is there any similar stuff that with the angels?
There are a few milling about here, though it seems as though that you proceed yourself.
I'll go up and just say I would like to pay respects.
That is mighty kind of you. In which way do you wish to pay respects?
I would just like to pay respects for being allowed to enter and for being able to port in the city while we are on our travels.
They will bow to you, curtly and politely. Do you like what we've done with the place?
It's quite unlike anything I've seen. I've never been in such a building.
That made me feel icky. It was like,
Oh. And whom is it that you worship?
I don't like being asked this all the time. I'm not gonna lie.
You walked into the biggest church.
You need not answer if you wish not to, though telling somebody your name is generally somewhat respectful. My name is Sot.
It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Styx. I am a devotee of Kelmvor.
I'm a devotee of Erebus. Joining of hands like this has not been done in quite some time, and here in the Shadowfell of all places.
I obviously am not from here, but there's a weird air around me here that is not something I'm used to in the material plane where I'm from.
You are marked by death.
I didn't think that would mean I would be avoided like a plague in the cities.
You misunderstand. They give you respect. Should you ask one of them, most likely not here, since they are under my influence.
Of course.
But if you were to ask one of them to step forward, they would. If you were to ask one of them what crimes they had committed in the name of your God, they would. See, I do not follow the judge. I follow death. So our skills may be a little bit different than yours, but they do not fear you. They respect you, as they should.
Well, I appreciate being allowed in. And I would like to pay respects. Is there like a, what is it? Yeah, an area for tithe or...
There is. You see, it doesn't really have much in it. Okay. Just kind of due to how these things work here.
A little different.
Would you like to pray together? You to yours and I to mine. I wish not to make your time here more difficult, but
I
could be a kind gesture to each other.
I was told that Erebus can be jealous. Do you feel like it would not be in my best interest to do it here? I do not want to be disrespectful, and I do not want to incite any anger.
That is wise. I more meant that we could pray to our gods of choice in the name of each other. I could speak good things to Erebos for you, and you could speak good things to Kelmvor from me.
Okay.
I like that.
And is her name S-A-T-T?
S-A-W-T, Sot. Means whip in Arabic.
On.
Sawed up.
And then I'm assuming that she would be a cleric, and I'm probably getting some kind of death cleric vibes from her. Or would Styx even know of?
She did literally say, "I follow death."
Well, you can be a cleric of death without being a death cleric.
You can make whatever assumptions you would like. If you'd like an insight check or religion or arcana for more details, you can go ahead and do that if you'd like.
I'm not going to pry too much while I'm here, but maybe when I'm out, I will try and retrospect. Yeah, sorry.
I have begging.
I have to, so yeah, I'll accept.
All right. See, she'll take you to one of the cushions in the center of the room and kind of like point for
Kneel.
you to kneel. She will kneel, and the two of you, she will take one hand in yours, and she will start to pray quietly under her breath.
I'll do the same.
Cast Commune just to flex on her. I don't really have any questions. I just wanted to show off.
How much do you hate Erebus? How much do you hate Erebus? How much do you hate Erebus?
If you could, go ahead and roll me a spell casting check as you do this. So that would just be D20 plus your wisdom.
Okay.
And proficiency.
No,
Wisdom.
just wisdom.
As she's going to do the same thing.
Okay. I will do.
Flash of genius.
You're not there.
Dirty 20.
Ooh.
Nice.
You like
You're
that?
flexing on her in her own.
That is not
Temple.
the intention.
I know that's not. Don't worry.
I'm not coming into this temple being like, yeah, I pray better than you. God.
What does the scouter say about your power level?
You guys take a moment, and as you are, what are you praying for?
Don't let them kill me. Don't let them kill me. Don't let them kill me.
I'm probably whispering also, so out loud, but not like, oh God.
Yeah.
Oh, glorious God, praise to thee.
I'll pray for the judge to hold the scales in their favor as they have allowed me to walk in and be in the presence and respects of another god.
Okay. As you pray this way, you see the stained glass pattern that is cascaded down. It is almost like Erebos. He's raised his head to you. It's almost like he's coming up and out just a little bit. Their eyes set on you. The smoke and the incense in the room almost seems to line up with where his head should be.
Does it look like Thought is noticing this at all?
Her eyes are closed.
You heathen, you have your eyes open?
Right.
It's being described to me, so yeah, I would assume so.
It's one of those things where like your eyes are closed, and then you can feel something watching you, so you look for a moment
Okay.
as they nod and sink back down.
The God went.
I was thinking Erebos hearing another god's name in his temple.
That's good. That's funny.
I'm like actually clenching my jaw. Then I'm like telling myself to unclench. Whenever we're done, I'll bow my head. I'll go up to the tie, then I'll put 10 gold in.
You are now a devotee of Erebus.
Party level 1.
Gotcha.
Your cleric levels have been reset. Nah, boo.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I'll see you back somewhere.
Congratulations, you get to be a death cleric now.
All right. At this point in time, you guys wrap up as she kind of stands. You go to give the gold to her as she actually takes out a bundle of this odd incense and hands it over to you.
Ooh, spicy.
Thank you. Is this something that it's something that I haven't seen? It's from the Shadowfell.
Mm-hmm. Or actually, you just got a lot of this incense recently.
Oh,
she just
the same thing.
Yeah, she just
Okay.
Just instance
Doesn't
from,
know.
instance from here.
Yep.
I will give her.
Do you have any of those dragon flowers?
I do.
Yeah.
I have 4. Actually, ooh.
We have incense from material plane.
Sticks would have blocks of incense,
Yeah.
but I don't. Did I give all of it? I don't see it in my inventory. I have vials of dragon orchid extract.
Yeah, you'd put the actual flowers into your alchemist backpack and it popped out the extract, if I remember correctly.
I'm going to give her one of the vials of the Hydra blood.
She takes this, kind of raises her eyebrows and goes, "Many thank yous. I was not expecting this in return. We had already given each other such a beautiful gift, and then you gave me gold. I was trying to give you something on your way. You once again outshine me."
No,
Yeah,
no,
you
no,
just,
no. I
flashing just over and over. And
I
over
just
again.
I don't
Want a diamond?
Yeah,
I just-
not so good, huh? My God, made this.
my tithe was to your god, and this is for you. I do not know if this is something that you would come by often, but incense of this plane I find very, very interesting and very useful. So I hope that this can do the same for you.
She bows to you. She goes, "You've been a wonderful guest, Judge. And we deeply appreciate your candor and your time here."
Maybe
You can go ahead and add Sot as like
Ally?
an ally at this point in time. I don't know how you're going to get in contact with her in the future, but I wrote her to be a similar level to you.
ooh,
You both have sending.
I know. Yeah,
You just be pen pals.
I will.
Hey, how's Erebus doing?
Hear me out. Like when you next time you commune to her. Get information from 2 gods.
That's a whole thing.
That's sending and contact other plane. Like, Ayo Sot, what do you got on your side of things?
How's the situation?
I will greet you with open arms if you find yourself on the material plane.
That's very kind of you.
And then I'll get up. I will take one last look around, look at the pattern that the stained glass is cast, make a note of that, because first of all, that's just really cool. And head back towards the dock.
All right. You got it. Keck says, "This point in time, you spent some more time. You're taking a much more leisurely pace."
Yep.
You see the doors open up as you look at this giant citadel for the first time. Massive angels sitting outside the...
Yeah, that makes me go. Seeing them, I kind of just like,
Nope.
Massive angels sitting outside. One of them flying up above, looking at this door. The actual spirits here having been pushed off to the sides to make way. And as the door opens up, you see your friend Styx.
Like, God damn it. Fuck. But no, the seeing those angels, they're not exactly the same. They definitely make Kex go.
Nope.
Oh, last time I saw one of those, that killed me. And then I see him like, oh, fuck. All right, he's okay.
And as I'm walking out, I bow to each of the angels.
The two to either side bow deeply to you in return, and the one in the lead just extends their hand out for a handshake.
Give them a handshake with my little tiny bird hand.
You see all of that happen.
Oh, yeah. Wish it was that pleasant every time I went out in the city.
Just don't commit crimes. I don't know. Like,
Last time, yep.
it's kind of like the whole
Last
thing.
time in the Shadowfell, or Shadow Row, committed all the crimes, Jeremy. All of them.
We got a decent welcome there.
You did drink a dwarf.
Yeah,
Actually, to be honest, he didn't do crimes there, and that's part of the problem. there's a fine line between like
damned if I do and damned if I don't.
Silence, dwarf slurper. You have no right here.
oh, would you like a margarita?
I'm just seeing this, and I'm like, I'm like rolling my eyes, but not necessarily at Styx. I'm rolling at myself, like, of course he's fine. Of course. Why did I even fucking run over here in a panic? Well, stapping up the angels on his way out. It's fucking
Man.
I wonder how happy Dad's gonna be.
With that, and honestly, for you as well, I should have said this earlier, the two of you can go ahead and bump up your pieties to the next stage.
Oh, nice.
So I was a
Devotee.
yeah. So now I'm.
More pie.
I believe it's a votary.
Wait, where do I even have that?
It should be under the homebrew section in Discord,
Okay.
where all the piety stuff is. So there you go.
Add the feet.
And I was about to say the feats should also already be written for you, so you can just add those to your character
Go into
sheets.
manage feet, scroll down the homebrew, and find the
Voti.
Votee of Kellenborg.
Votary.
Votary.
But with that, you see Styx walks out completely fine.
What?
Legend.
Yep.
Absolute legend.
Yep.
Whoa, it's crazy. He was super polite and reverent to their space, and they're like, oh, okay.
It's almost like that's kind of how a lot of religions work.
So you're respectful in that place, but not the government building where I was being held.
Yeah, because fuck the government, bro. Like, literally.
So two-faced.
The god of death, local government.
Yeah, local government, like, guild or the world government.
We'll let Styx ride this high for a little bit.
There isn't like a high. I am deeply grateful that like I don't walk out. I don't walk out with like my chest up. Like I walk out with my head lower.
Yeah, okay.
And it's like you could take of it what you will, but that's how like Styx is one.
To be fair, I walk up and I see this gigantic cathedral, and the first thing I see is you walking out, dapping the fucking angel up. What else am I supposed to think?
Yeah, but he does not have any like gusto. He was if I could sweat, I would be sweating bullets.
Yo, I am always under the effects of freedom of movement.
What?
Yep.
That's
Yep.
I can't even find mine.
I move like water.
By then, I would assume that you have noticed me on your way out. I'm just gonna sit back and wait for you to be done. Enjoy your time.
No, I wasn't. I was walking out. I bowed. I handshook, and then I guess I would clock you.
I think we've decided collectively that you dapped them up.
Nope.
No.
You definitely dapped up that last one. It definitely was
Did you find what you were looking for?
no.
You didn't find shit.
What were you looking for?
Any ties to the Raven Queen and this City seems very devoid of that, I think. But you came out of there with a lot of gusto and respect, so maybe I am wrong, or maybe it is just a different aura that is needed for such things, I guess.
Kex is always salty when he doesn't pass the vibe check.
I simply wanted to see the city, and this building piqued my interest, and it turns out to be a temple of Erebus, and followers of different gods can respect each other, although it seemed like there was a tense air.
Hence why I rushed here so quickly after you decided to just bolt out of range from what I said. I wasn't exactly sure the reception you would get when you go straight to the big man's front door, so to speak.
It worked out for him.
It did. So, pardon my doubt in your abilities of communication, I guess.
I have deep respect for followers of any faith, even if we do not hold the same beliefs. My air of annoyance tends to be with other things.
Clearly. But it seems that your escapade was quite fruitful regardless, and you are unscathed and seem to have gained respect of powerful entities. So it all worked out in the end, which I am grateful for, and I am grateful that you are safe. Should we make our way back?
I was planning on it.
All right.
Okay. You guys walk through the city streets. Once again, the blue spirits making their way for you. The other more corporeal creatures looking at you in earnest and in question. Though, as the two of you walked together now, you see the Loxodon man as you pass by is just, genuinely surprised. But seeing Styx, he kind of nods as if he understands now.
Like, oh, you're being chaperoned.
But eventually you guys make it back to the Tenebrous docks out of the shaded quarter.
Probably been a good few hours of time now.
At this point in time, which was that? The two of you, Sail, Alyssa. You've had a little bit of extra time. You see Fizzlefang and the Kobold crew are debating if they want to go grab some food.
No.
What?
No.
But look, it's like a whole new city.
They don't have food.
What do you mean?
They have bones. Human bones.
Oh, I don't eat human. But if they got bones, that means they got meat. Where else do you get bones?
I haven't smelled any meat. All I smell is rotten bone. I think they got skeleton.
Bones don't even rot. What? No.
Look,
Eventually.
just trust me on this one. You guys are going to get killed.
Can you make us something different then? Not that we just wanted to try a new place. That was all.
I'll tell you what. I'll look up and down the docks. Are we the only ship here?
No.
Okay. What do I see by way of interesting ships? You don't mind my asking?
There is... When I say this, I do not mean like a dragon-headed longship. I mean, there is a ship that seems to have a dragon at the prow, but it is low to the water, sleek, and kind of smaller.
Skimmer.
The sails look almost like wings instead of traditional sails. They come off the sides, and it has no main mast. On board, you would see that there are some skeletons moving out and about, but just looking at them, you can tell at one point in time they were dragonborn.
Okay. All right, guys, I got an idea. I'm going to do a little asking around for some recipes. See if there's anything local, and I'll make it up when we're on our way out today. But you see all these blue guys? Every single one of them's dead.
Right?
I don't want you to end up blue.
They look down at their scales. Like burgundy.
Yep, let's not go the rest of the way.
Okay.
Just for your safety and my peace of mind.
You got it, sir.
Captain.
Oh, we got a new captain right now.
No, he's the navigator. Don't you are still,
I'm the navigator.
He is his own captain and crew of his own deal. You are my
That's it. You're not getting dinner.
So I gained piety. He lost piety with the kobolds. Kobolds are like, you're not our boss anymore.
dominate kobold.
That's what happens when you become a micromanager boss as you can.
But I will look at the boat. I will look and see if there's any sort of dockmaster or appraiser in the general vicinity of goods and things. And I will find Alyssa. So I'm going to do some quick 20-minute go chat with that boat over there. I want some things appraised over there. And then I want to run interference so nobody messes with the boat while we're here and waiting for those guys to get back.
Okay, first of all, we're mind linked. You don't need to like ask for permission like this. I really appreciate that.
He's out of range now.
This has been talking to herself in her head.
Oh no.
Yeah, you've been talking in your head.
You would have felt it go.
Yeah. But we're mind linked, and like I appreciate you asking me for permission like this. But I think I'm safe and sound here. We have a really nice captain, and it's nice that we have everything here ship shape.
So many things. I was
It's
not
very
asking
efficient.
permission.
Like I was looking at like just look at the rigging. Look at the sails. Like that's genius. Like I couldn't have thought of that. Like I'm actually taking some notes here to make sure that we can make some improvements.
Alyssa,
You know?
they make no physical sense.
Yeah,
There's like
she
a rope
knows.
floating. There's a rope floating in the air attached to nothing on the side.
When it gets pulled, that sail goes.
Yeah.
Write that down. Write that down.
When we tie ourselves off, we're not tying
Like,
ourselves off to anything.
It's rare that I get to see like captains of genius. It's been a while.
Bruh. Holy.
What did you do wrong, Sonny? like,
I thought you were trying to make friends. Jeez.
Wasn't asking permission. I'll be back later.
Wow.
The Sail gets progressively more and more just like this little shit.
Gaslight girl boss.
I'm gonna cast guidance on you as you walk away.
Okay.
Oh,
Did you need any soul flame help? Was my point.
No, today's not Soul Flame Day. Also, we probably need to have like a group heart to heart, but I don't really want to do that until everybody's back. So,
All right. I'll keep an eye out for him. Give me a few minutes.
okay.
Fucking.
Interesting. She's like, so how was like God?
scary.
Oh, this one was scary. They're not all scary.
I would be describing the inside of the temple to Kex and also saying that we may have found an ally in the Shadowfell.
Where is Fizzlefang?
Fizzlefang's on the top deck. He just had a conversation with Sail before you took off, and he's just like, he's not even the captain right now. Like,
Fizzlefang
yeah,
needs some expertise.
I got some of that.
Yes, you do.
He'll trundle on over.
So, you like seeing things explode, right?
Always.
We're going to make some more explosions later on, and we need to be very good at it. And but I've seen you make some stuff. Some of it's magical. Tell me more about your skill set.
All right. Well, I can make things come to life.
Okay.
I can make I can do a less cool version of what the captain's doing right now.
Sure.
But like I can't do it to the entire ship.
I can only do to like a section.
Got it. So we agree that the
deal.
captain's
So cool.
right.
So cool.
Oh my god.
I can still hear them.
Very high passive perception.
The disrespect.
He's not even off the like the walking plank onto the dock, and he just hears that.
So there's that. I'm really good at like navigating stuff. I'm not from here, but I could probably get us back home just based off that. And as he points up to like the rent in the sky, I could probably triangulate us a course back home or back to where we started, I should say. Probably not back home. That kind of stuff. And I'm kind of good with my hands, but if you're really looking for explosions, I'm not even the guy. You want Star Smasher?
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. But you can make things, right?
A bit, yeah. It's not like
What do you make?
I make stuff for the ship.
Okay, you show me a couple of examples. And above table, this guy's he's an artificer, right?
No.
He's a wizard.
Ziggy is an artificer.
Yeah.
Got that
Fizzlefang.
mixed up. Okay.
Yeah. That's why he was going like, you want
Okay.
Ziggy.
You don't
Like,
remember the
Fizzle
cannon
Fing's
that looks like the hot dog stand?
Yeah. Fizzlefing's just
my
top
shit.
dog.
Yeah, Fizzlefang's in charge because he can get them places. That's really why he's in charge.
He's the one in front of negotiations of the union.
That too. He's also the union rep.
Yep.
Okay. So, like, what does he show me when I ask him to like what stuff he's made?
He points to things like the rigging itself. He goes like, I helped put that together. The counterbalances for the lift, so you can put stuff down in the hold. Sure. I helped with that. There's also, and he pulls out this like, he pulls out this like random bit of what looks to just be a mess, but you see each piece that he's holding is like metal has a rune in it, and he goes, and he pops off a lanyard basically. He goes, I have the final rune right here. If I were to throw them all down, they become a bunch of little guys, and they kind of just for a little bit.
Okay.
Basically, he's saying he prepped animate objects on a small swarm of things.
Okay.
Okay.
What a daggers? What do you mean?
Question for you: when it comes to the cannon, can you animate that?
Yeah, we've done it.
Okay.
That's why we were going to be your guys' air support.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just making sure that one, you've done it before. What's the cannon like?
Well, it's cool because I can animate it and it can shoot itself, but it can't feed its own ammunition.
Okay.
But that does free up somebody from the shooting position, so you can just thunk, boom, thunk, boom.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna go over and try to find Ziggy.
All right. Jeremy,
Yes.
what would Ziggy be doing right now?
I don't. Well, he was told no fire.
Lame.
I think he's laying down on the Mizium cannon.
He's draped over it like a cat.
Yeah.
All right. You see this small kobold man, probably, I think it's the smallest kobold in the crew, with the biggest personality of Ziggy. And I think we agree, Ziggy speaks in like a New York accent, right? But with the same like...
Italian.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Do you want to play Ziggy, or do you want me to play Ziggy?
If you want me to, I can.
Go for it.
Hey Ziggy, I need some help making stuff that is gonna destroy our enemies. I heard you're a great person to talk to in regards to that.
I don't know why you would talk to anybody else.
I like you already. So tell me about the stuff that you can make to destroy things.
I think the list is shorter if I do the things that I make that can't destroy things. I got flamethrowers, I got cannons, I got ballistas.
Cannons and ballistas. Okay. Tell me more about that.
We do the same kind of thing, right? We
Yeah.
fuck around, they find out. It's this.
So I've heard of some folks who are more like artillery based. Are you artillery based or are you alchemy based?
I'm going from under the Mizium cannon. You're going to see this weird legged. I think what was the last thing I had out? It was I think the ballista, the weird ballista that looks kind of like a cart from Guild's Row, crawl out from under, and I'm gonna go and like slap the top of it.
Okay. Question for you. Do you have any infusions that you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you pick the one for repeating shot?
Let me think. Sorry, I'm pulling up my infusions because I have. I think I infused scale mail.
We weren't that high level.
Oh yeah, level 4.
It's not that crazy, actually.
Sorry, featured traits. Where are my infusions?
I don't think I have my
You know, artificers. Where are the infusions under DUNDER? Inventory?
This will be.
It's under inventory. Okay.
Under
So
spells, actually.
I got the whole mind sharpener thing. I got the servant. That's my little guy right here. Turns into a cannon.
Yeah, I kind of got one of those, but he doesn't actually help me out that much. He's just glorified bag of holding. But he likes it.
McGuire and the hot dog stand start to play.
I'm a fire guy. I like fire specifically, which is why I was trying to take a nap so I could be done with this whole no fire thing.
Self-fetch machine.
That's fair enough. I appreciate that.
Way to get back.
Oh no, where'd it go?
I can manage my infusions, I think.
Here we go. Yeah, so repeating shot. So it would give it a +1, and it requires no ammunition in the weapon.
I do have repeating shot. I have repeating shot. I got enhanced defense. I got mind sharpener. I got my buddy here.
Okay, all right. So I was thinking that this cannon here, like, why not just put repeating shot on it, and then we could have the navigator, animate it real quick.
He's gonna walk over to the museum cannon. So I feel like this is something. Is this something that he would be able to do on the museum cannon, or is this like maybe too high of a spell? Because he hasn't tried this on.
Once again, the museum cannon does not shoot physical projectiles.
Yeah.
So putting repeating shot on it would not work.
Okay.
On the regular cannons, 100% would work.
So hold on a second. I need
Basically making the gun
this.
dog from One Piece.
The gun. Oh, yep.
So
I cast
there is a
Awaken.
fun
Oh my
side
God.
note on that one in particular that I was reading about.
You know what is the stupid thing about that dog?
It was a gun that ate
The dog fruit.
the dog fruit, not a dog that ate the gun fruit.
Yeah. So right now he has his scale mail on. So he's tiny,
Love it.
but he has like really big clunky armor. And he has the mind sharpener on himself, and then
Yeah.
he has I forgot how convoluted artificers were.
Yeah, so the thing that is interesting about repeating shot is it says it ignores the loading property.
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah.
Which you're not loading anything into it in the
It's
first place.
charging.
Yeah, and then it says if you load no ammunition into the weapon, it produces its own.
It
It
not
doesn't
load.
fire ammunition.
It's an energy-based thing that just shoots out a spell, essentially. It's not an ammo.
Correct, but that's when it has like a lightning bolt in it.
No.
It's like a battery that charges up. It's not a.
So
rocket.
when earlier you said that it was like it sapphire crystals charge it, right?
Correct.
And then it's a one-time use.
Yes.
So if you have a whole bunch of sapphire crystals, which we do, isn't that loaded into the cannon?
It is made into the cannon. Like the cannon barrel has sapphires in it. It's not shooting sapphires.
Okay.
And it absorbs energy to funnel it into the lightning bolt spell.
Could it be modified to accommodate the sapphires and repeating shot?
That's so. Here's where Ziggy's coming from. I would assume that Alyssa tells him he tries to do it. It doesn't work. He scratches his head. He's like, "Okay, well, there's no bullet. Can we just make it hold more magic?"
Well, I have these, and I'm gonna drop 1,500 worth of sapphires. You can probably do better with this in the cannon than I can.
You just made Siggy's like jaw just go.
I'm gonna keep like 100 gold worth for me, just in case.
He tries to grab that too. What if it's not enough?
Well, then you can talk to me.
Next campaign, we're all just playing kobolds.
Why don't we play a family of halflings?
That too. Been there, done that.
Never again. No.
Nobody can roll a
Okay.
natural one.
So, I don't know. I don't know how long this will take.
So we
I don't even know if it'll work.
Wizard.
I've never touched something this beautiful before.
If you need any help from me or you need some access to tools, let me know.
I just need
But-
like a couple days alone with this thing.
More than fine. We're not going to probably have you be doing much in the next couple of days. So
Okay, you think the big man is gonna be mad?
as long as you don't use fire, there was no other restrictions.
Siggy's gonna crush up 1,300 gold worth of that sapphire and then use 100 of it on the cannon.
So I guess Ziggy would be working on this, but I don't know the.
Like Skaven Warp's doing.
But I would suggest using like the repeating shot because you can have it on different things and you can have up to probably like 3 or 4. I'm not sure. Like I can have more than that.
Oh, I just use it on this and I pull out a gun.
Yeah, but if you put it on the cannons, because you can just choose when you want it. So if you have it on the cannons, then they both don't require any ammo. So,
I can't carry those though.
well, that's where animate object comes in, and you can make them follow you. So you could actually have both of them off of one side, probably, if you wanted to.
I don't think Ziggy knows animate object, but Fizzlefang does.
Fizzlefang does.
So if all Fizzlefang says is follow this guy.
Yeah, and eventually we could make glyphs of warding.
So complicated.
So
It's the setup part of Batman.
I guess he would be working more specifically on trying to figure out the Museum Cannon and getting it enough magical potency to hold 2 charges, if that is even possible.
Ziggy, I have one last thing for you, and I need you to promise me that you're only going to use it on things that look extremely magical.
Is it another gun?
No, but I want you to load it into other guns.
No, I want 2 guns.
You should talk to Sail. He has a couple hidden.
I'm not even the captain anymore. You think I'm giving up?
He's gonna start walking off the ship to go and talk to Sail.
Do you not want the gift?
Is it a gun? I'm going to get another gun.
It's ammo.
What type of ammo?
Specialty ammo that is only going to be for you. And again, only use it on things that look extremely magical.
I mean, that's half of you guys, so.
McGuire, could you come over here real quick? Perfect. Could you please spit up all of the Stygian iron weaponry?
Ultimately, sticking an iron can.
Ziggy is walking backwards with a horrified face.
And then
Halberd.
and then I'm gonna
Sideways.
use my all-purpose tool, and I'm going to get is it prestidigitation the one that cleans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get prestidigitation real quick as a cantrip, and then I'm gonna use it, clean all the oil and things.
There's
off of it.
oil, dried blood.
Yeah. And I'm going to pick it up and then hand it to Ziggy. Feel that.
Feels awful.
Get it away. Also, keep that thing away from me.
Fair enough.
I have horrible memories.
Fair enough. But
I'm gonna point my gun at it.
the next time that you see something magical, this is going to hurt them a hell of a lot more than you think.
Is that thing magic?
That one? That's just a bag of holding, my dude.
It's disgusting.
Well, I made it that way to deter
It reminds me of my hometown. Those things are running around everywhere.
I made him so repulsive that nobody would want to get close enough to steal my shit. You think there's a safety on that thing?
It worked. Keep it away from me. I'm gonna like start kicking kicking the stuff in my corner,
Pick
which is
McGuire.
under the Mizium cannon. I think Ziggy has kind of put up pen up under the Mizium cannon.
Because McGuire is a homunculus.
Yeah.
He has a fly speed of 30. I'm gonna send him up to the crow's nest.
You see his little tail.
Oh God, that was the only thing I was afraid that they weren't able to do.
And the entire way, the rest of his body completely limp, just staring down specifically at Ziggy.
God. You have painted such an awful picture.
You see my finger quivering.
Truly
I
horrifying.
love McGuire.
Truly horrifying.
S tier.
It's alive, but its soulless. It looks like a fucking rat, and it flies.
The only way that could.
What's wrong with you?
It flies.
Let's just say that I intend to be as big of a problem for my enemies as possible.
I mean, it's not even gonna do anything. It's just gross.
You see, as it's gotten to the top of the crow's nest and is just like slurped like onto one of the pegs.
I'm just saying, if it goes missing, don't look at me.
It's just hanging from it.
I'm gonna start. I'm pushing the Stygian iron
So,
under the cannon.
You know this because you have one too.
Yeah, but mine's it's just a thing.
Yeah, but you know how you can
guy.
cast things through it?
Just a little guy.
Keep that in mind if you try to fuck with it.
Yeah. You would never know.
Right.
As I'm getting under the Mizium cannon and I'm like popping open some of the like panels and like.
Who else in the Who else in the Kobold crew is around?
I would assume.
There's Kip, the quartermaster, who doesn't use weapons.
He doesn't use weapons.
Nope, they just got these hands.
Nope.
Weapons are a coward's weapon.
Exactly.
Oh.
Okay.
Not to say that the crew doesn't have their own weapons, and they do maintenance the weapons. They do their job, but they just don't use them in combat.
Okay. And he's the only other one.
And then there was also
Fizzlefang and then something foot.
Scuttlefoot, the shipwright, their little tinkerer. They're again, they don't have artificer levels, but that is what they do. Is like general artifice. They repair the ship. That's what they do.
Okay. When you say repair the ship, what parts of the ship can they repair?
Most basic things, and they have a little bit of magic capability. So, like, if the enchanting lines got knocked out of one of the side sails, they could patch that together to work until they got into port, but it wouldn't be bringing it back up to 100%.
Okay.
They could limp it if they needed to. Like damage to the hulls, they can fix that. Damage to the cannons, they can fix that. They can fix most things if given enough time. But because their magical potency is so low, they can't do a ton of enchanting.
Okay. I'd like to go up to the shipwright, and I'm just going to basically inquire, like, what do you need to be better at your job?
A gun.
I mean, a gun, yeah.
We can talk about that, but my understanding is that you repair things. What's the hardest thing to repair?
Enchanting lines?
Enchanting lines. Okay. This is active for now. Would this help you repair those? And it's a spell refueling ring.
That would actually help me so much.
Okay. I'm going to give this to you, and right now it's active. At some point, it might not be, and I'll try to make sure that if we're ever in a situation that that's active for you.
Thank you. That's actually awesome.
Above table, for the record, the shipwright has an ability called Repairs on the Fly. This has to do with like the airship mechanics that we have.
Yeah.
The shipwright can make repairs and spend one of the ship's hit dice plus their intelligence or wisdom modifiers on repair. With you giving them this, I will say they can spend 2 of the ship's hit die to repair areas.
Okay.
That's solid.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, yeah.
And the other person was Kip, right?
Yep.
Okay. And Kip is the quartermaster.
Yep. They're also a monk.
about it. Hey, Kip. How's it going? How's things been on the ship so far? Anything you need?
I hate it here.
Oh, me too. But
This is awful.
yeah, absolutely.
I just want to get my dad and go.
Your dad. Oh, well, we're working on that. As part of that, I'm going around trying to make sure that everybody in the crew is taken care of and they have the things they need to do the best job that they possibly can. What do you need?
Vengeance. I'll be honest with you. I don't really have anything that I need around here.
Listen, everybody has something that they need, and they
ready to go.
like. Don't be one of those folks who's like, "I'm fine, everything's fine." Like that's not the response I'm looking for. I need to hear, what do you need?
Can you make me hit harder?
You know what? I probably can.
Can you make me not get hit as much?
That might also be possible if we're ever in like a hand-to-hand combat situation. Remind me your credentials. When was the last time you hit something when you were in combat?
When was the last time we fought you guys?
You fought us?
Oh, yeah, you're new. I forget that I predate you. Well, actually, I predate everybody except for the kobolds. And whatever the fuck that thing is, that's probably older than me. As you see them looking at the Marinloth. We fought the Broken Wings at one point in time.
Well, okay. So since then, you haven't fought anything?
That's not true. There was a race, which we won by force.
I like that.
And I punched some projectiles out. I jumped into other people's
You can
cars.
punch
I punched
projectiles.
them. Yeah. I'm like really quick.
Oh.
Like.
So like if there was
What if we do it again?
so if there's like something like inbound, like can you redirect it too?
A little bit.
Okay.
If I'm good enough at it, I can even throw it back.
I want you the next time we're in combat to try to throw something back at like whoever like sent it our way, especially if it's like a cannonball, or even better if it's something else.
Oh God. Listen, I'm just a little guy.
I
don't know if I can do that with a cannonball.
Just a little guy.
Like a crossbow bolt, or even like a smaller,
Firebolt.
Ziggy's like, we practice with them shooting at me, and I can catch like the bullets sometimes, but other times it goes through my hand and it hurts real bad, and I got to get patched up.
He's lying. He's never caught it.
I'm aware of some magical like items that I saw in the catalog. And
Obviously, the catalog, the Gazette catalog.
the catalog. Maybe there's something we can get for your hands that would allow you to do some more missile snaring and redirection, make
Sure.
you better and able to redirect those cannonballs. Who knows?
I'm game to try.
Okay.
Practice.
Practice as they.
Wait.
Oh, hold on! You're gonna make me pull up Kip's stats.
15 plus
A lot.
4 to hit 19.
All right, roll for damage. They're gonna see if they can reduce it.
So
8.
after I've talked to everybody on the crew and kind
10 on
of
the die.
God damn it!
after I've talked to everybody on the crew, I'm trying to make sure that if we're ever in a combat scenario, like I know what they're going to be doing and like how
Right.
to like.
So mechanically, just to let you know,
Yeah.
you've gone and talked to the senior crew.
Yeah.
You have some of the general guys. Ziggy will continue acting as he normally does. Scuttlefoot will continue acting as they normally do. Ziggy, you've given things to do, but specifically for Kip, if you're asking them to be like on board and get ready to move things, that kind of stuff, they can no longer use their quartermaster ability because that's no longer what they're doing.
What is his quartermaster ability in combat?
Actually, oddly enough, this is the one person that still could, as you've taken them away from their normal role because their job, quartermaster ability, try harder. As a reaction, when the crew fails either an attack or skill check, the quartermaster can yell at them to try again, allowing them to re-roll the dice and take a new roll. They can use this as many times as either their quartermaster's constitution or charisma.
And I'm assuming he has pretty good con.
It's decent. I think they got like a +2
Okay.
or a +3.
So really, what he needs is an amulet of health.
That would allow them to do it more often, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so he can still do that. What? So I'm noticing a big problem with our crew is that if they fall off, they have no way to get back. What is the logistics of like rocket boots or rocket packs or things like that? Do those exist and are they like readily accessible?
Boots of flying are a real thing, or wings of flying, I should say, are a real thing, but they're very rare.
Okay.
So they're very hard to produce.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be, again, it'd be one of those things where you'd have to either spend a ton of money and scour the earth to get all of the wings of flying, like Jeb had some.
Okay.
Or you'd be spending quite a bit of time to make them. Thak also had some.
Yep. So did Thrag.
So
Actually, if you go back to Shadow's
You
Row at
get
some
two.
point in time, you might be able to mine out 2 sets
Yeah.
Ew.
Thrag.
of
Thrag.
wings of flying.
Both had wings of flying.
Chink.
Thaks were a little different. But
Oh, those were reclaimed by Tiana. Just kidding.
okay. Yeah, so but Thrag's dead body.
Fucked up.
So
I think I also have fly.
in lieu of that,
You can just
what
fly.
alternatives do we have to like make sure
Fly
that we don't
remote.
have to like
Wait, I don't.
have somebody just fall
Okay.
off the ship and die?
You have a belt of teleportation that you could have been working
No,
on.
you've had that and you've like offered it to
I-
like several people.
I gave it to you.
No, just like you tried bargaining with it like
At
2
the
episodes
library.
ago.
I said we
when were
had
all
one.
there.
Oh, okay.
I said we had
Yeah.
one.
Um,
I gave that back to you like before.
and actually, I meant to make a point of that. You took it and disenchanted it, so you could actually start working on the Misty Step amulets.
Yeah.
I think you did it in front of
Okay.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
so you
okay.
don't actually have that belt at all anymore.
But I do have the ability to,
Enchant Misty Step.
and then I could put it on the amulets, and then if they get knocked,
They could try their best to get back on board. That is only 30 feet, so
yeah.
that would be one of those things where
Unless
it's like,
there's a
all right, we're
reaction.
transferring from side to side. Everybody get ready, and they can then use their reaction because they're holding their action to do it. Or additionally, much like you guys, they've now gone through this 3 times. I'm not going to make them roll for it anymore. That doesn't mean that high storms and things like that, if you encounter like really bad weather or the ship gets hit really hard, won't give them a chance of falling off. They still can.
Okay.
But the simple like from portal to portal thing, I'm not going to keep making them do that thing. They're trained at it by now.
Okay. How much time was for each amulet? Like a day or 2?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I had to
Let's
keep track of it.
You had me keep track of it, but I was trying to make a batch of them, and I don't remember which one was like individual because I know that it was going to be like a week or 2. But we can go back to the VOD or whatever.
Sure.
So, okay. I think that's everything that I wanted to do.
Okay. Well, with that, Sail, you've meandered down. As you look over back to your ship, you do see that Alyssa's talking to a bunch of kobolds, and there is one very large homunculus rat making their way up to the crow's nest.
McGuire's the only one I like because he can't talk shit. I'd like. So I mentioned something earlier. I don't know. We didn't really specify, but I would have liked to have been filling up empty containers with the astral sea sauce as we were going along. Like I said, I put a cask in there. I'd like to have a little vial of it
Sure.
as I go to the appraiser office.
All right, you got it. You step off and go towards the dock master.
Mm-hmm.
The same woman that you had talked to before and ask for an appraiser's office, which is normally really close to the dock.
Yeah.
For specifically this thing, she kind of points you off to the side.
I'll disguise to be older, leatherier, wrinklier, and have a pipe.
Straight out of Arizona.
Yeah.
Sure. You approach, and it is this. It at one point in time had glass windows, but they've been so old and unkept that they're still opaque.
You can't see through them anymore.
Yeah, they're just that dirty.
Yeah.
As you open the door to enter in, there's an immediate hit of musk and dust.
Okay. Morning.
Sitting behind a counter is this kind of obsidian shelled turtle. Not literal obsidian, but like the color of.
Nice and dark.
Their head actually pops up out of their shell itself. You see like deep hanging leathery reptilian skin. Like, hey, what can I do for you?
We were sailing some interesting waters, and I wanted to know what this was worth, and who wants it, and what I can do with it. And I'll pull out the vial. Made me a little fuzzy when I tried a bit.
Fuzzy, you see.
Aye.
See, they uncork it, dip a claw on it. Oh.
It might mess up your memories.
Oh God. Who are you? What am I doing here? What? Oh no.
Oh, you killed him.
Hello? Are you there?
Aye, welcome in.
Aye. So you just tried some of the product I gave you.
What?
Aye. Look in your hand. No!
This is a different kind of fade to
welcome
black
back.
moment.
I just sat there for 45 minutes.
Please. It's gone.
This is just 51st dates.
I'm kidding. He never actually tried any. I just thought it'd be a funny bit.
Okay.
Rewind that a little bit.
A bit of tomfoolery.
Yeah. I'm allowed to have fun. He's looking at it. He goes, scrambles your brain.
Aye.
All right.
The brain scrambler juice. The juice that scrambles the brain. The juice that's meant to be scrambled.
And
I also think it's flammable, potentially.
they pour out a few drops onto the countertop, and you watch them just... And it...
Aye, yep.
Well, it's like a natural alchemist fire.
Ooh.
How potent do you think the memory issue is? Or do I need to go test it on some fool?
I don't know. I tried it and it didn't work. But I've got a sharp wit about me.
Aye.
So,
Well,
if it matters to you, it's Astral Sea.
oh, you should have led with that.
Sorry.
Should have led with that. I ain't ever been there. I ain't ever seen any of this, but that do make it quite magical inherently. That also explains why it kind of explodes.
Yep.
And you're wanting an appraisal on this.
Just a going rate
Well,
and general other effects that I haven't found out.
give me a few moments. I'll work on it a little bit.
Thank you.
And you can go and come back in 20 minutes or so.
Very well.
Cool. All right. They will be working on this in the background as
They go in the back, they chug it.
they write it out. I don't want to remember anything anymore.
How potent is the memory loss versus rum?
So you have a few moments. Do you want to go stop at the other ship? Okay.
The dragon ship that when I asked, are there other ships? Yes, there's this elaborate dragon one.
It's one of many. I could have kept going,
I
but
know,
it sounds
but-
like that sold you immediately. So I was like, oh, okay.
It's like I've known a dragon or two in my day as well. Let's go over there.
All right. You go and walk on over. There are dragonborn skeletons kind of manning it. As you get closer, you see the actual fins of this boat, not really sails. It has kind of like broken through leathery texture to them. The actual ship itself seems to be made of the rib cage of a dragon,
Okay.
So metal.
almost like they have shaped it. The actual sternum coming up into the neck being the prow itself, as the rib cage has been broken and set in such a way that it then makes a keel down at the bottom, where the wings would normally be, are now where the fins come out.
Okay. And this is like a skull head at the prow?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hello?
See a few of the skeletons stop and turn at you. They kind of clatter at one another, and one of them kind of goes towards the back and pounds on a door kind of roughly. After a few moments, the door opens up and you see a black-scaled dragonborn step out.
Morning.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm docked for a short time. My crew, and I'll point and see if there's any kobolds, like, watching or anything.
There are most certainly kobolds watching, as well as one McGuire now just hanging like,
My crew wanted to go to shore, and I managed to convince them that they could not if I came over here and asked if you had any draconic recipes to feed them. I apologize for any inconvenience and will pay you for your time.
A moment, please. See, they turn on a heel and walk back into their quarters. They turn back around and the door opens back up as they reapproach. They have a small chest, and more of a wooden box, I should say, not really a chest.
Mm-hmm.
Full, say, I do not get the opportunity to make landfall very often. So these are near and dear to me. It will cost you a bit of a pretty penny, but I'm more than willing to negotiate. As they open up this chest and you see, what's the best way to put it?
Don't know. Sam, do you have any ideas?
Nope.
There are multicolored kind of,
Eggs?
there are basically meats that have been put into pinwheels, but the meats themselves have different colors. It's almost like they have taken strips of flank steak and rolled them
Okay.
with seasonings and like cheeses even in there.
This is like a charcuterie board, but in a chest.
Kind of, sort of.
Charcuterie box.
On the outside, you see that there is still scale attached to the actual pinwheels themselves in a purposeful presentation.
And the color of the scale?
Various. Chromatic.
Hold
Okay.
on. Hold up. Are these draconic food recipes or are these recipes for cooking dragons?
I'm about to find out. It's a lovely little chest you got there. What?
Guard drakes are abundant,
Oh, guard drink. Aye.
and we do not let anything go to waste.
Aye.
So you are to take the spine of a guard drake, chop it into sections, and the meat attached. You then fillet the skin and scales off, but you leave this coating on so it can be stripped as you eat it.
Ah.
I would recommend grilling the pinwheels and then letting them strip away at it.
Aye. Well, for trade, I've got a magic hat
You motherfucker.
and or some barrels of astral sea.
Oh,
Magic hat.
Not the magic hat. We need it.
The magic hat, it makes you tell jokes. That's it.
give it to me.
No!
I was hoping to not sell him on it. Damn.
He rolled a 3 on knowing what the astral sea was. You explained, though, what the hat did, so he's like, I'll take that, sure. Like,
All right. not the astral. Damn, I was hoping that would be worth something. I say so he can hear me.
I know not what it is. I know of the astral sea vaguely, but I've never been there.
Well, you go there, you take a barrel, you stick it down off the side, and you fill it up. It blows up, and it makes you forget things. I'm getting it appraised currently.
Do you mind if I follow you to the appraisal, and then we can make a decision there?
Sure. What's the name of your ship, by the way, as we start to walk?
The Buca Fractus.
Buca Fractus.
The Breakjaw.
Oh, strong name. The Crimson Scourge. Do I see any recognition on his face?
Immediate.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Okay.
Oh God.
Oh, no.
The Crimson. So he looks over and recognizes the Kobold crew. You watch him squint.
Fuck.
He pulls out an eyelet.
I was hoping you'd act like that.
Oh,
You know,
it's such a small multiverse.
I didn't even take the ship. The crew did. And then I offered to pay him in strips of flesh. It's the best deal I've ever made.
Benefits.
In the distance here. Benefits. Now, I also... Captain Ungala was a right bit of work.
That's what they seem to think.
Tasted real good.
He always looked down on me since I wasn't no half-dragon like he was.
A bit of a bastard.
Well, that and he keeps slaves. Awful.
I agree.
I can always put mine back together.
I gotta pay him. Feed him.
Why?
They ate the last captain.
Oh, that's good riddance to Ungala as he spits. You hear sizzle as the acid actually hits the cobblestones.
Mm-hmm. So are you both out the regnum as we're walking towards the appraiser?
Yes, I'm from the Regnum, though I've been sailing a bit longer than he has. I ran afoul of a storm, and here I am.
It's quite a storm.
Yes.
Is that a Serpent Strait storm, or?
No, we were heading south, trying to look for new lands once Regnum broke.
Ah.
I got together a bit of a crew.
An economically minded one.
Unfortunately, I'm the last one standing.
Oh.
I didn't convert them until they died.
Well, that was nice of you to wait.
Only one way to get back to shore. As you enter in, he opens the door for you.
Well, thank you.
You see there is a turtle sitting there and a mundane cat that is just...
Oh, no. Oh, no. I thought we banned animal testing. So you go, oh, what happened here?
Towards my intent, I had it out in the counter there, and they took a little slurp.
Okay.
It works.
I can confirm that it works, though.
I can try something, if you don't mind.
I quite like the cat, actually.
I'll try Dispel Magic on the effect. Stunning it.
You can't dispel magic. You do watch as it kind of... Oh, actually, no, that'd be quite a hefty roll for you, as this is planar waters. Can you go ahead and roll a spellcasting check, please?
Uh-oh. 15.
There's a brief moment as your kind of like aquamarine purple magic cascades over it. Oh? With the guidance? I'll allow it.
16.
That's a bummer.
All right.
As the magic cascades over it, you... its eyes... for a split second seem to focus before just going off in two separate directions.
Oh.
Turns into a Siamese cat.
Oh no. I think I had the right idea, but not enough moxie.
That's too bad. As he kind of picks it up, it almost instinctually kind of like leans into him and goes, "Oh, it's basically the same." He puts it down in his shell as the little cat head just pops out the top.
Just brain. He's a vegetable now.
He's just scratching the top of that cat's head.
Oh my god.
Well,
It's potent,
multi-purpose.
multi-purpose. It seems to explode quite well.
Yep.
I would say that for a vial like you're giving me, it'd probably be worth 100 gold pieces
Oh my.
easily. I'm not quite sure how effective the mind discrepancy is going to be, and just because I've been around the block a little bit, I think this will wear off.
Aye.
The further she gets from the sea,
Ah.
which means that it may be less and less potent the longer it is away from the sea.
Oh.
So it might be a temporary commodity.
Thank you for letting me know. But the fresh stuff,
Potent.
I
Andrew's way of telling us we can't farm Astral Sea for
I was
gold.
about to say, this has gone from Adventures of Saving Dragon to Adventure Capitalist.
No, you think that's gonna stop me? I'm farming this shit.
You are the bard.
Well, I was a bit out of that bottle already, but I'm willing to trade you for it. I'll look at the Dragonborn.
So you got a cask of it.
Aye. Be a few thousand at that point. That's 100 right there.
You had a good point. It is pinwheels, but they are also my favorite.
What if it's only a few pinwheels? Or I could treat you to a meal on your enemy's ship.
I provide the food, and you provide the cook.
And the drink.
We're gonna come back and it's like
I made a friend!
There's a skeleton crew on board.
meal's gotta be done before homie's ready to go.
Armada.
All right. He will kind of chuckle. Can you make me a persuasion check, please?
I thought the captain of the ship was supposed to arrange that.
How?
So does that count? It's out of the box, technically.
It landed on the lip
Does
of
it?
the box.
Oh, wow, okay.
Is it a flat roll? Can you put a d4 on it?
Yeah.
It's flat.
Okay, so it's only a 16.
16? Okay. You kind of,
Die, fuck you.
I got a 2 on the die.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know if there's anything I'm going to be doing with things that explode or make people forget anytime soon. But if you, oh wait, wrong guy. God damn. It's infectious. Yes.
It's fun.
I don't know if there's anything I will be doing with explosions or memory wiping, but throw in the vial, cook me dinner. I'll be happy to be there.
Very well. We're shipping out in about 7 hours. So meal will be in about 5.
We'll be there.
Should I make more seats?
They tend not to care.
Very well.
You'll shake your hand. All right. And with that, he will take the vial with him and leave you with the pinwheels.
Ah!
Let's go.
Heist completed. Do.
So there you go. He will walk back onto the Bucafractus as you get back on the ship after a little bit of time. Kex and Styx come back to the ship.
I do one more thing that I prep for, but don't pull the trigger on. Is advanced summons.
Cool.
For when we're not in the Shadowfell.
All right. So, as you all reconvene back on the Crimson Scourge, you see there is a flurry of activity as kobolds are out doing their dedicated tasks. There is Sail is cooking a flurry in the kitchen there.
I'm just RPing the look.
I know. I got you. What would you all like to do?
Are there skeletons on the boat?
Not yet.
Sticks. I invited a guest over. Please do not pick fights with the guest.
Why would I pick fights with the guests?
Because his crew is a little bit skinny.
Oh. I'm just gonna
swivel my head.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna pan
and
around.
I'm assuming I clock a big skeleton boat.
100%.
What is on the skeleton boat?
Skeletons.
Is the captain at least alive?
Well, we're not having him for dinner if he's not going to eat.
Of all the ships.
I only went to one.
Oh, God.
It's literally like 2 slips over.
When we were walking back, were there any like taverns close by to the port? I would assume there would be.
Yeah.
Styx is going to, without saying anything, he's going to cast invisibility on himself and leave. And he's going to go to a tavern without saying anything.
Okay.
So that's what that's like.
Oh, that tracks. Yeah, that tracks.
I mean, you kind of invited a bunch of dead things onto the ship.
I invited one guy. He insisted his crew join him because he's still attached.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah.
I feel like everybody just wants to be on Styx's shit list while also being mad that Styx is angry.
No, this one, Kex is even like, yeah, it's kind of fucked up. like I don't blame you for doing it, but like, maybe ask first.
Ask how?
Ask the captain.
Wait for them to come back.
Fuck you, Alyssa.
Wait for him to come back. No,
Fuck you.
Where'd Styx go?
I just scolded him on being insensitive, and well,
you
were there.
Oh yeah.
That
time.
Yeah. This would, I wouldn't say as insensitive, but it's a little bit.
When in the Fae, make as the Fae do.
We're not in the Fae. We're
exactly. We're making as the Shadow.
We're literally in the exact opposite of the Fae. So wouldn't you be doing opposite of what would be in the Fae?
Yeah, I'm offering them food without any conditions.
Sayo, you're so confusing.
Yeah.
Times. Would you like me to bring wine?
I already made some for you.
Oh, by the way, I'm not going to be role playing it, but I'm going to. Styx is going to go
It's
get
a little
shit-faced.
scary for you to say.
Right before we have to leave?
Yes.
By the way, Andrew, I marked off 5 points of health.
Oh, God. Okay.
No.
You don't know.
I don't even know what to do with that. I don't like.
Are you gonna Pavlov him
I'm
to
just
like
gonna-
stay around?
I'm just gonna kind of look at you. It's pretty obvious what that is. I'm just gonna. Why?
Well, the L, there's the name. He said that I was probably pretty tasty, and then I got curious.
So you want me to?
You also need some.
You want me to find out? Is this an ego thing, Sail?
No, this is trying to take care
Are
of
you doing
you.
this in front of me?
You might be in your workshop.
Are you on the deck of the ship?
She was talking with the
I was
kobolds.
talking with the kobolds. And
I'm imagining I'm in the canteen area.
Yeah, I'm doing this in front of everybody. And I'm like, I don't know.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
It feels wrong not to when you went through all the.
It felt like you had an unmet need that I didn't realize until like yesterday.
Is this about the stealth mission? Did you go? Is this like a? What needs are we talking about here? What it?
And they were boys.
They were really, really good roommates.
First the closet, then some weird blood pact thing. What's next?
Take a shot in the dark
Okay.
and just imagine what I might need for sustenance.
For sustenance.
Well, you know about his teefers, right?
Do you want me to explain further? Or is that enough? Trust me,
so-
I'm as caught off of guard as you are by this. I'm not saying... I don't even know what to say, Sail.
So you're telling me that you are giving him pieces of you?
Not pieces.
How cute.
Okay. So what then?
Above table, before this goes any further, this is freaking Kex the fuck out that you did this.
Okay. Sayo's picking up on that. He's like, I was just trying to take, I was just trying to
So was
take
it
care of you.
was it like a
Seemed
wasn't like an appendage or anything, right?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
He's missing a pinky.
This would have killed a mortal.
In fact,
Actually, yeah.
I'll just bonus action. You heal up, just healing word, and like, ta-da!
Is it like Jujutsu Kaisen,
I mean,
where
if
healing
you-
wording yourself gets rid of the blood?
No.
So was
hope
it
not.
blood then?
It was blood wine.
I could use it.
I don't know if I work for that.
Not the same thing.
You're about to a trainer, bro.
Like, I mean, if you're giving out blood, I need some magical blood.
We already had this good discussion too, as well.
Sayo's over here literally giving up blood, sweat, and tears in a literal sense.
Yeah. Well, nobody came and checked in on Kex to see how he's been feeling about anything. And this is now, he didn't want this kind of thing to be on the table. And now it's on the table. And he doesn't like the...
I can see that I made this awkward. I'm gonna go get shit faced.
How many bars are in the area?
Are you leaving? You're not gonna stay for dinner?
I'm gonna go hang out with my rat.
I'm sorry. I
It's
can't.
still fucking gone in the fucking map.
I'm sorry. I can't make McGuire dinner. I thought about it. I don't know what to do.
Give him some diamonds. He's probably like,
I gave you the diamonds.
Trust me, if you could feed him, he'd be insatiable.
Diamonds are a bird's best friend. That's the saying. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable.
It's not, Sail. I don't even know what to say, Sail.
I'm gonna walk out.
It feels like I was leaving you to starve a little bit.
That doesn't mean I've made do. This whole time, I've made do. I've avoided this kind of thing because
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah,
Didn't-
Peyton.
Didn't have to, bother me about it. Hey, Justin.
Sail, it's a scary thought
How
that
so?
it's a scary thought because what happened down there I know is wrong. And there's a part of me that doesn't care.
Is that why you were acting all weird?
I told you a little bit down there that was the most comfortable I have felt in my own skin in a very long time. And that is a very, very scary thought. And knowing that something like this is accessible to me with my friends is not a comforting thing. It is a terrifying thing. Because what happens if I like it too much? What happens if I become accustomed to it?
Well, You don't have to take it for granted. But
I fed off of a friend once already, and that was because I could not control myself.
right, and you're better now. A little bit of help from your friends, you'll get by.
I don't think I want this kind of help.
Well, that's good to know.
But now it seems disingenuous for you to go through all that effort
And naughty.
and not even.
You try it, you see if you like it or not.
Sael, I just want to paint a picture for you really quick. Just really quick. Just theater of the mind for me.
Okay.
Imagine sitting in front of one of your closest friends, drinking what keeps them alive and giving a review on it right in front of their face.
Pretty cool. I don't see the problem.
As long as you don't just if you don't like it, you can spit it out if that's your like.
Do you understand how uncomfortable that might be?
I've known and met a lot of people who are kind of not the biggest fan of my cooking,
And I love your cooking.
I don't want you to feel like you have to give me a positive review if you don't like it or anything,
This isn't your cooking. This is you.
And I am.
Will it make you feel better if I try it?
Not really. Not if it makes you uncomfortable.
It makes me exceedingly uncomfortable.
Well, then we can just pour it out.
No.
You want to see what comes up from the water when we pour it in there?
No.
You really don't have to. I felt like I had not been taking care of you the way I feel I should, because you have not been fed and provided the adequate amount of sustenance to continue to function, and you had to outsource it. And that is something I pride myself on taking care of.
And it is one of the qualities that I appreciate the most about you, Sael, but for the future, I don't want this line crossed between us.
Okay.
But
Just kiss already.
I will look at it as a gift
Yes.
and treat it as such.
Yes.
I'll make it the McGuire noise.
By the way,
I will take a. Is it corked?
No, it's a goblet.
It's a goblet. Okay, I thought you gave me a whole corked bottle.
No.
Okay, I'll
Jeez
still.
Louise.
I made up a cup.
Thank you.
I will
Smashing
treat this with the respect that I think it should deserve as a delicacy and sniff it, get the aroma of it, and then take a sip.
All right. Sael,
Yes.
Colby, really. Can you do me the distinct favor of telling me what Sael's blood tastes like with the notes of Fey, Primordial, and all the things that have touched you in your life?
Wow.
A little hint of Telosopol, a little hint of pork.
No, I was about to go somewhere dark.
that was. Well, you now have some kind of. I don't know.
You have the...
Did the Blossom Ball have like sea urchin clap or something?
No.
No.
Yes. No, she didn't.
It went from a gift to a curse. Ooh.
Hermit crabs crawling around.
I wonder if Kex is going to have the manners to at least spit it out.
Oh, like a wine tasting. Okay.
That would be a disservice because the whole point is to ingest it.
No, it's not. Okay.
I don't know. It's one of the nicer barrels of wine, a red, that we have in the ship.
Of course.
And Sail, who has a little bit of that glacial runoff from the Berk North, sea salt, and probably the echoing notes of Fey forests.
Some flowery tones.
Yeah.
Iron and brine.
So
How's it stack up to the half dragon? That's all I care about.
I do want to ask is comparatively to the many flavors
The Schlorpen thing.
that Kex has experienced through his existence, where would this lie?
That is up to you. I cannot tell you Kex's thoughts. I will say if you're trying to look for like use magical potency as a barometer here,
Yes.
that currently at this point in time, Sail and the half dragon are relative.
So it's got the same chutzpah. It's just a different palette.
Yeah, but
Very
it's
different
home
flavors.
cooking. It's made
If
with
you're
love.
in the ideas of wine, I feel like Sail would probably be like a red blend, to whereas whatever the Dragonborn was would be more of like a pure wine of some kind.
That's kinda
I
what
think
I'm-
I literally said that he was almost like a spiced wine. He was
Yeah.
like actual spicy.
Oh, what
because
is
he's
that
a
called?
red Dragonborn.
I'm a bit more rosé.
Yeah, he's a bit more mule.
Yeah,
Funny enough, Sam likes that.
sangria. You're a sangria.
I like sangria more. So yeah, that's
There's a play on words with sanguine for blood and sangria, but
I'll do the whole like
Sail cooking and not paying attention.
kind of say like like a half prayer in my head to just like don't let me like this too much. And I'll take the sip.
You're totally gonna get a knock on your door.
Oh no, we're just gonna get the weird
It's-
Therian.
What kind of? How much detail would you like, Sail?
You just whatever you're comfortable with, you know.
You seem
Like,
to care quite a bit,
just like
Sail.
what?
Why
Is
do
it
you-
better or worse than the half dragon?
All right, okay. It is on the same level as the half dragon, but it is a different experience.
Okay.
Much different notes, where the half dragon was very much very upfront in my palate, kind of boiled a little bit going down. You're God, I hate why did you do this? Why did you do this? God, I hate this.
I
so
wanted
much.
the quality role
This
play.
is so uncomfortable.
Tastes a
Oh
little
my God.
comforting, a little strong, little
Your,
muscly.
yours,
A little well aged.
yours is less of a punch and more of a knock on the door.
Okay.
It is. God.
Ship it.
It coats the palate a little bit better. There are definitely more flavors, more exoticness.
Somebody draw the fan art.
Well, now I know what my next divine intervention will be.
It and it goes down easier. So I guess
This is just smut.
I guess I would say I would put them on equal levels depending on the mood that I was in.
We are children.
Please cut to black, please.
But
Just go
you
next day.
are much tastier than the dwarf.
I'll take it. Different wine next time, or on a special occasion.
On a special occasion.
All right. And I think with that, to save ourselves
God.
from this
Fuck. man.
train wreck.
I was about to move it on and be like, I'm making the gnomish mushrooms for the dinner guest. He should be getting here now.
Also 5 o'clock. So that's our normal end time. Though, if everybody could leave the room except Lizzie, please.
All right.
Bye bye, everybody.
Oh God.
You're gonna get away from us.
That was a lot. That was all Kobe this time.
Where in the world is Lolax, huh?
That is the question now, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
All right. So. Sorry, we were listening to them as they. Sam is yelling.
I'm sure we can still hear him, but yeah.
With everything starting to move along with the Cabal's machinations, as it were, you have been seen to, they've given you a few different runes or shards, as it were, to try and see what you can and cannot operate with.
Sure. Just for some context too, this is the previous character that I played that left the party.
Correct.
So.
Lolax, at one point in time, was the sorcerer with the broken wings. He went through the Guild Pact games with them initially.
Mm-hmm.
He went through the breaking down of the party at one point in time as Thak, Sam's former character, attacked him after they had lost one Bobo. And Lolax was standing vigil. And then Thak absconded with Bobo's body, to which they still don't know what has happened with him. Later on, they went and fought the entity that was kind of harming the people of Grossmont in the Whispering Woods. And it was there where they then got onto the... Oh, what'd I name it? Sunset Squall. That's what it was. The Sunset Squall went sail onto the Mist Sea with a gnomish crew. They had a variety of escapades while they're on the Mist Sea, limited, including but not limited to outfoxing some Slod out of some limbo, saving some people that were infected by Slod, going into the warrens of a giant former cloud giant keep, and kicking out and fighting the kobold crew that they now have on their side. But during that, he wound up getting very, very wounded. And they made a deal with a Nagpa to insert one of the slivers of fire, basically a ember of Ild, into his chest, and basically restarting his heart and arcane abilities, as you had used up the vast majority of yours, helping Kex unlock his memories. So, after that, you fell in love with Ao and had a short tryst with Kex, where it was a will they, won't they moment.
And it was a won't they, which is the only reason why Lolax got on that ship.
Correct. And as they left Cloud's Hold, they parted ways. And Lolax went with Matron O'Kef and Ao, and has been studying basically primordial magics under them and the effects that it has on a sorcerer's blood, which I don't know if you've noticed is very integral to the plot that we're dealing with currently. So, with that, Matron O'Kef, you are in her study in the Mist Sea, the kind of toporarium that she has set up, so you guys have actual fresh air. You can actually use these fire magics without setting a cascading effect across the entire sea itself. As you've been kind of studying, and Ao by your side, O'Kef wanders in, giant gray avian woman bobs her head at you. I have a bit of a question, bit of a favor that I would like to see if you are interested in.
Things have started to progress much more quickly than we thought.
Have we made progress?
We think that we are about to.
Well, perfect.
And we may need your specialty.
Good looks and magic.
Well, we always enjoy your good looks. As she kind of ribs Ao a little bit. I do not know how you feel about this. We've been open and honest with you, and I endeavored to continue that with you.
Yeah.
There was a large uprising in Guilds Row. Your friends were involved.
Which side were they on?
They were on, not ours, as it were.
They have a tendency to kill random passersby. It's the last time I was with them, I suppose.
I wanted to preempt that. During that combat, they and a force they were working with extricated Elder Conan as the power that be there. And she has been sent back to her homelands to recover. We also have a bit of an issue. During the combat, we managed to secure Niv-Mizzet, and we wish to use him in a way to further our plans.
Well, I can't say that I cared that much for some of the ideas that it sounds like Elder Conan had about sorcerers.
Well, we didn't very much care for her either, but it was a means to an end to achieve an era without gods interfering.
And you're saying we're close to that, right?
We are to take the next step, yes. Our plans are to use anchors, and Niv-Mizzet is closely tied to fire, and we need somebody to conduit that amount of power. We think you to be a better candidate for it. This will be in the Shadowfell, where your soul flame will be empowered.
Okay. And I suppose what you're about to say is that my friends are trying to help him or something like that, right?
We have word that they have moved into the Shadowfell with assistance of one Hildegard. We do not know where they are going. We have tried to speak with a local information broker, but he has not given up the ghost on them. We've also heard rumblings that there was a skyship above Shadow's Row, the inverse of Guild's Row. So we know they are at least in the local area. We highly doubt they would have the capabilities of moving from one hemisphere to another so quickly. We are not trying to use you as a weapon against your friends, but you are the one best suited to help conduit Niv-Mizzet's power into the anchor that we need.
So, when you say we're close, if I do this, it's done. There's, like, everything is complete. Our work is complete, or is this one of many?
One of a few.
How close are they?
They are also close, but they are looking for people like you to act as conduits. So this will put us one step into that direction. And with your proclivity, we may be able to use you again, possibly in one of the other pillars that you show affinity for. There are 4 pillars. This is one. We need to see how this one goes before we try to move your affinities
if that makes sense.
I think that does make sense. It's hard to believe that we just got here. Feels like only like a while ago,
Few weeks.
a few weeks. Just wandering aimlessly, and now like it's so close. A world without gods dictating who does and does not get help. I'll help. What do you need?
We need you to assist us in the ritual. To temporarily house and then redistribute Niv-Mizzet's essence. It will be painful, but we will be there to bolster you.
What amount of power does Niv-Mizzet have?
Quantifying it is difficult, but I believe him to be more powerful than I, in single combat, at least. His abilities are destructive and creative in the same course.
Okay. Do you know if Kex is still in the Broken Wings?
We have gotten word that he had died, but was brought back again by that raven bitch. The hypocrite. He is still with them. Ayo, can you give us a moment? Ayo will stand and kind of nod at you. All right, I'll be right back. You don't mean to intrude on privacy. As he wanders out, she will then look at you. It is no question that you had some feelings for him, or else why would you move to such extremes? And of that, I do not fault you. What are your thoughts?
If he's there, he needs to survive somehow at any point in the future. If Kex dies, I won't help you anymore. I can't.
He lives a dangerous life, and not always wrapped up in our machinations.
I understand that, and I could find peace in that, but I can't be
Complicit.
part. Exactly.
I can promise you that I don't think that'll be an issue with him currently anyways.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll make preparations soon.
Just let me know whatever you need.
She puts a hand on your shoulder and kind of smiles down at you, gives you a brief squeeze, and Ayo, you'll need it. As she will basically exchange places with Ayo. He will kind of sit back down. And with that, is there anything else you'd like to do as Lolax? It's been a moment.
Yeah. I have an item in my possession. I believe it's my staff that has a glyph of warding in it.
Correct?
with a message that would be sent to Styx.
Mm-hmm.
When it's cast through a glyph of warding, what are the components for that?
I believe it's just an activation thing. Glyph of Warding takes care of all the other components for you.
Including the spoken components? Can I just think what I would want to say and have it be covert like that?
I don't believe so. I believe you still would have to speak into it.
Okay.
Though I think the words of sending is a whisper that only they can hear.
Okay, so if I like found a private corner, I could send a message to
Yeah,
Styx.
100%.
Okay. Piecing this together, I think it would be fair to say that Lolax knows that they're probably going to get there somehow, and like the idea that they're far away doesn't really make sense because he's seen them and been with them when they've teleported and like hunted things down.
Sure.
And the fact that the matron made assurances just in case that like Kex was also there, I think that would kind of be like okay, I need to tell Styx.
Sure. Would you like to bring Jeremy back in the room?
Yes, I would.
Go ahead. Welcome back, Jeremy.
Styx is trying to get shit-faced at the bar.
This is actually perfect. I didn't even think about that. That's amazing.
So how many words do I get with sending?
I believe it's 25 or 20. I will look it up really quick.
Okay.
Wait, you have sending?
You
Don't
gave
worry
me a
about
glyph of warding with sending.
Oh, fuck.
25.
25. Okay.
So,
Go ahead.
Styx, you are at the bar. You've gone invisible. You are meandering your way through these blue spirits. They are not even partaking in drink here, though every once in a while there's a Zhakaar, a Ghostwise Halfling, a Door Guard, and though those are a little bit more rare, there are plenty of these shadowed Genasi here at the bar. You exchange some coin, grab a drink, sit down, as a familiar voice creeps into your mind.
Styx. We're all in danger. Can somebody keep
Styx, we're all in danger. We're all in danger. Yeah.
They want me to use Niv Mizzet. I will betray them. Come to me.
Let me guess. You're at the pillar.
You hear nothing back because that's not
Wait.
sending.
I'm adding. Yeah. I'm thinking. Let me guess. You're at the pillar. When we need you, we will call your name.
Not at the pillar yet.
Did you recast sending?
No,
Or was that just your reply?
That was my reply.
Okay.
All right. And with that, Lolax, you get the reply. And with that, we will close out our session. Thank you very much for watching. We love you very much, and the next session should be interesting. Oh, and probably in a new location.